Hey, people. Voice talking to you. Oop, hang on, let me make sure. Yep. Okay, we're working. This is A Song of Sunlight. Also, welcome to our first Free Game Friday. Happy Friday, everybody. Hope you're enjoying your week. Hope you're ready for the weekend. Supposed to be a cold one, at least where I am. Oh! Damn! Music is schmoovin' now. Hang on, let me turn that down just a... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hello, game? Game? Oh, okay. Arrow keys, for some reason. So the mouse doesn't work at all, and I'm got a controller hooked up, but it does not seem to like it very much for some reason. Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted. Hello, game? Enter, backspace, tab. Y. Oh, Z is select? What? Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, much better. What's up, Phoenix? How you doing today? So this game caught my attention mostly for its art style and the fact that it's completely free. After being a, like, completely well thought out, fully fleshed, story RPG that sort of reminds me, the mechanics at least, of, Clair Obscur, actually. Everybody says that it's, Souls-like, but I think it's more Clair Obscur. So basically the combat is turn-based, but, you're timed during the turn-based combat. You have a limited amount of time to make decisions. And during that, or after you make that decision, you then have to react. So you have to time your attacks, you have to parry, you have to dodge, and it is a very risky combat system. This is not a forgiving game. This is a game set in a very bleak world that is not going to hold your hand. So this is set in a sort of pseudo-future where... Wow, that's loud. I dig the music, but it is a little loud. A pseudo-future in which we live on this tiny island in a place called... Was it the Settlement? Yeah, the Settlement is all that it's called. And there's like 3,000 people living there, and as far as I assume, that's like the last civilization left on planet Earth. And the rules are simple. You do your work to contribute to the settlement and serve the greater good, or whatever the leaders tell you that is, and you don't go down into the well. So there's this passageway down into this massive, ancient megastructure underneath the settlement, full of nightmarish creatures and other mysteries that you're just not allowed to go down there. Our character, during the day, he does his work, he goes about his normal life, and that's sort of the visual novel side of this game, where he is trying to cope with what he's finding down in this megastructure and still put up with his daily life without giving the impression that something is wrong. And then at night, you sneak down into this megastructure, you fight monsters, you find treasure, and you try and get out alive. Is it made by That Game Company? That Game Company? You mean the people that made Clair Obscur? No. No. This is made by a very small development team. Rage for Dragons is what it's called. So we're going to dive into it today. Take it nice and slow. Because this is a game about feelings and emotions. Chapter 1. The Children of the Sun. That's the name of the company. That game company. Oh. I don't think so. I think it's... I already forgot the name of it. Something for dragons. That morning, the first day of the warm season, was a day of high prayer. High prayer wasn't often, but always coincided with a change in the weather. I jolted awake, disoriented, and aware that something wasn't right. That's us. We are Arum. What is it that's wrong? Hearing the sounds of the crowd in the morning air outside my window, the dread came over me, and suddenly I realized... Canary and I should have left already. Desiring greatly not to embarrass myself by being late to the first prayer of the season, I rushed out my room to find him. Ooh. Walk, roll, interact. I like the UI style a lot. Hell yeah, I'm so nimble. What's this? Oh, this is my stat screen. The sounds are also a little loud. How's the volume to you guys? Just so I know. It may just be loud to me and I can turn down my headphones, but if it is loud to you guys... The only reason I ask is because some of the symbols in the title screen look similar to the ones in the game called Journey. Oh! I will say, glad you brought that up, actually. This game is heavily inspired visually by Journey. So... Oh, we have a weapon. Apprentice Sword. Worn Light Sword. The standard for the majority of wound bearers. You've had it for as long as you can remember, really. Wound bearers? Is that me? Am I a wound bearer? Sandals, plain clothing, arms menache. A plain hooded cloak worn by all people of the island. It is first given to children when they enter the general education. And though it is much too big, they grow into it. This one is yours, and for as old and worn as it is now, you cherish it nonetheless. Interesting. I wasn't expecting this level of detail, honestly. Because again, free game. I'm gonna turn the sound volume down to the same. But yeah, I can turn it back up if it's quiet now for you guys. What's this? Took a moment to glance at my desk, made of a light, unlacquered wood. Atop it sat the water basin, which I used to wash my face. I had a feeling that that was the case. The rugs hanging on the wall seemed similar to the living cloth in Journey. I'm gonna admit, I never actually played Journey. I need to. It's on my bucket list of, like, games that I will play eventually, but... The basin was wonderful work. Some of Canari's best. Who's Canary? Really should be going. Go down. Speak. Whomstative. Canary was sitting at the small table in the hall between our two sleeping rooms. He studied a small shard of ceramic taken from a broken vase lying in pieces before him. Con, let's go, I said firmly. Canary smiled. Did we need to be somewhere? God above, I asked you to wake me up one time as a favor, I said, kicking myself for being so naive. You asked, but I don't remember agreeing, he replied, returning to his study with a half-hidden smirk. And it isn't that late. I only heard the first bell. It really was quite like Canary to leave just before he was expecting to be somewhere, arriving shamefully late and without worry nonetheless. More often than not, it led to frustration, but there was part of me that admired his unbothered manner. Well, a very small part. I stared at him expectantly while he continued to examine the ceramic. After a long few breaths, it quickly became apparent that Canary didn't plan on leaving anytime soon. Do you have to do this right now? Yes, we've got plenty of time. If we left right now, we'd be early. Doesn't prayer start at the first bell? Well, yeah. But nobody gets there at the first bell. But Oh, that's right. If you aren't sitting towards the front, she'll be offended or something. I have no idea what you're talking about. You're changing the subject. We can't be late for 2 prayers in a row. Don't you know how that looks? Kanari turned to face me and shrugged his shoulders. Do you honestly think they'll hold us back just for missing a few prayers? And I'd rather pray on my own anyway. Just go ahead if you want. I'll even take the fall for this one. I shook my head. SMH my head, bro. Oh no, I'm in no rush. I could wait all day, I said with bravado, attempting to seem relaxed. I was calling his bluff. Kanari gave me a frank look, pursing his lips. We locked eyes, and after a moment he couldn't help but crack a smile. I really like this, moving artwork over here. Very nice. Leaning back, he sighed dramatically, making a show of throwing up his hands and putting on a weary expression. All right, since you're begging me, he said, setting the ceramic back down on the table. What was he even doing? He's trying to put the pot back together? That's not what happened, I said, offering him a hand as he reached for his walking stick. He waved it away and came to his feet slowly, resting his weight entirely on the left, so he's injured. Gave me a small nod. So we're, I guess, a wound bearer is somebody who's, chronically injured, maybe? So I'm wondering what's wrong with us. That's just my assumption based on the fact that he's got a walking stick. I am suddenly significantly slower. This room is kind of a mess. That's what a room is for. You know, putting things down? You've put way too many things down. It's perfectly organized. Don't we have somewhere to be? Oh, yeah, right. But I want to snoop. I want to snoop around. Okay. I can't dodge roll anymore. What if I had left this guy and just gone? I wonder. Phoenix, do me a favor. Is the sound all right, or is it kind of quiet or too loud? The settlement was awake. The crowd milled about as Kanari and I stepped our way from doorway into the light of... A soft wind fell over us, twisting my menache about my legs. Low chatter of voices filled my ears, and I watched idly as faces passed me. It's a bit quiet? Okay, so it was just for me then. I'll turn my headphones down. And... I'd seen... Oh, it won't let me into the menu right now. Seen every face before. Some each day for years, others in passing. To find an unfamiliar face was rare. Children of sunlight knew one another well. It was mid-morning, shortly before the second bell. Kanari had been right about that, it seemed. Sun burned in the sky, sparse clouds breaking the bright pale blue. We were expected at the temple. All the young and healthy. I'm also going to have to rewatch this later, or even get it since I'm on break. Ah, well, enjoy your break. Let's just take the main street. I'll lead and you follow. God, no. Then we'd really be late. That's a good point. I'll follow you then. Yeah. Okay. Can I... There we go, settings. I'll do 80%. It defaulted back to 50. There. Also, what was that thing I saw in here? High prayer, main. Oh, that's my quests. Okay. Everybody's kind of wearing the same thing. What's that on the roof? I want to get up there. It's shiny. Is this game on Steam? Yes. Journeyman Peacekeeper. Ah, good morning, Aram. Good morning, Barshi. How's your shift been? Pretty uneventful this morning. Every once in a while, I'll have to break up an argument, or something. This guy looks exactly like Kanari, by the way. But that's really it this time of year, you know? See, look at him. That's like the same model. I think they reused that one. Sounds like a perfect fit for you then, Varshi. Oh. Hello. Canary? Oh, maybe they're related. See, you haven't changed a bit. Hey, come on now. Kana and I really need to get to prayer. See you later, Varshi. They don't like each other. I want that shiny thing on the roof. Conversation among the crowd, while frequent, was in low, hushed tones. Took in pieces the conversation as we walked along the weathered cinder brick road. What have you heard? Have you seen the fields? No, I don't know. And so on. What about you? How are you? I'm doing well, thanks. You're advancing this season, right? Advancing. Congratulations. Thanks. I'll join you guys pretty soon. Looking forward to it. Oh, and this was Canary, right? Don't pretend you remember me. You and I were inseparable back in the day. Not quite. Everybody seems to dislike Canary for some reason. Is it because he's injured? Slowly coming to a stop, I began to notice that the street was filled with carts. There were vegetable carts, the ones used to bring food from the plantation to the settlement. It wasn't odd to see them this time of year. The warm season always signified the harvest. No, what stopped me was that they were all empty. Empty and abandoned, it seemed. Uh-oh. Famine? We love famine. Why have all these carts been left here? Huh. I don't know. Oh, wait. Might have to do with all that stuff they've been saying about the harvest. Yeah, famine. What stuff? Who's been saying it? Didn't I tell you? You didn't? That's why I'm asking. At work, I heard some rumors at about the harvest this time of year. Like, that it's not too good. From a few different people. Not good? Nobody told me anything. What does that mean? Lower yield than normal, I'd assume. It's probably not a big deal, okay? Shouldn't we be going? Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm easily distracted by the fact that I may not have food to eat. I like the look of the background, how it kind of moves along with us. Who are you? You should really hurry along. Prayer is going to start soon. I should stop talking to these people. There's no hope now. Let's turn around. Shut up. We're going to make it. Thanks. No problem. Starting to wonder if this is an unofficial prequel to Journey. Really? I kind of doubt it. But it's possible. I can go in this weird alleyway? Shiny stuff! Hang on, I need this. Red powder. Ceramic shards. Yes, I needed these things. Very important that I have them. By the time Canary and I made our way to the last block before the temple, well, I guess I don't know enough about Journey to say no. So, could be. The crowd had already dispersed. Everyone was already inside, it seemed. The street was left in peaceful quiet. To Canary's chagrin and my dismay, the two of us were late. Can we pick up the pace? I think everyone's inside already. Well, that's that. They started without us. I think the proper thing to do now is head back home and... What? No way. There's no way we can just skip it. I seem to recall a saying. If you're going to be late to something, you're better off not showing up at all. You and I both know that nobody says that. Come on. All right. I'm not going to talk to these guys. They're probably going to say roughly the same thing. You're late and blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah blah blah. That's what they sound like. Everyone is wearing pretty much the exact same clothes. The room was quiet and smelled of ash. Kanari and I filed in, space crowded with many already kneeling in a ring around the center of the room. Dimly lit, the only source of light was a bright beam of sun streaming in through an opening in the ceiling. JC, what's up? How you doing today? Blub, 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 blub. That's what I tune in and... Yep, it's a voice stream. How you doing today? The light cast against the floor in such a way that no person knelt directly in it, instead surrounding the radius of the circle ever so closely. Kanari and I found an opening a few rings from the front, kneeling and folding our hands in the proper manner. As people continued to enter, I scanned the room. Are we worshipping the sun? There was my father. Looks exactly like me, but with a beard. Sat towards the back, across from me in the circle. We made eye contact, and he gave me a small smile, nodding towards the floor. I looked lower, noticing Ashadar's weapon lying delicately across his knees. Embarrassed I had forgotten, I quickly did the same. In the far back of the room was my mother, speaking in hushed tones to a girl close to my age. After a moment, she caught my gaze as well and smiled. High prayer drew all to the temple. Every young man and woman from each obligation. The settlement came together in prayer often. That's how we spoke with God. I opened my eyes, and the sunlight maidens had made their way to the center of the circle. The deep red of their clothes was striking amidst a room of brown and grays. Some were young as I, if not younger, while others were nearly as old as my own mother. In a line, they came quickly and quietly, their pale skin bathed all at once in sunlight. I looked closely, but she wasn't there. Not yet. A girl about my age stood towards the front of the group. Her name was... Farik. She raised her hands to the sky. Praise the sun! Then brought them down gently, suddenly speaking. Hear us, God! See us, God, for we are here. Her voice was soft, but carried throughout the chamber. We are still here, O God. We are here where you left us. We have not gone away. We have not forsaken your blessings and your gift to us. The girl closed her eyes. And so we ask you. At this, she lowered her hands nearly to the floor. Or we lowered our heads nearly to the floor. I felt Kanari do so to my left. Grant us safety. Grant us healthy children. At this, she paused. I looked up, suddenly aware of her face. Her expression was strained. Grant us good harvest. She paused again. Give us guidance if we've strayed from your plan. And grant us strength in the coming seasons. Whatever hardships we may face, please, O God. What? The image of the street and the empty vegetable carts returned. Maybe it was true then. Maybe the harvest hadn't been good. I was pulled from my thoughts by the motion of Kanari returning to kneel beside me. The rest of the room had already done so, and I pulled myself up quickly. I noticed then that a small fire lit by the other sunlight maidens. And another had begun to approach the circle. She strode confidently, yet her face was obscured. The hood of her menage pulled low. The long braid of her hair spilled out to one side, gently swaying as she came near. Her step, the way she held her hands at her waist, I knew it without seeing her face. It was Sachita. Sachita. I'm just going to call her Sachita, because it sounds cool. Stepping into the light, the other maidens made room by the fire. Farik watched her closely. Couldn't read the expression on Farik's face. Sachita stood for a moment, unmoving, seeming to ignore anyone around her. And then, all at once, her hands came forward. Oh. She looks like she's burned on the left side there. She held them upwards, towards the open sky above. In her palms, there was a soft glow of indigo light. The air seemed to shimmer, small specks of dust pulling closer and closer to the center of her cupped hands. Magic? It was a soft, dull sound. And suddenly, the light was gone. In her hands was a small wooden figure, something like a woman. She held it above the flame for a long moment. An offering. Your gift to us and our gift to you. Sachita spoke more softly than Farik. Opening her hands, the figure fell into the flames. Quickly it caught and began to smolder. White smoke rose from the fire and into the morning air. Clasping our hands, we raised them above our heads. The eyes of the room were on the smoke as it danced upward toward the light. But I was watching her. Sachita, too, after a long moment, raised her hands to watch the smoke. The motion was quick, and her hood fell back from her face. Oh, she's burned all the way up her left side there, I think. Who has the remote? We ended up in the religion channel. Or the history channel. One of the two. Well, there aren't any aliens yet, so not history channel, I don't think. There, in the hazy light, Sachita's features were on full display to the room. Her hair was a lighter brown than most. Fell to both sides of her pale face. Pale white like that of any sunlight maiden. Yet, at a further glance, the left half was strange. Splotches of crimson red ran across it. The appearance of burned skin. Her eyes, at first glance, shone a vibrant ochre. But the left, the iris had faded, down ashen gray. It was half of her body, it seemed. Half of her body that bore the memory of illness. Sachita's face grew apprehensive as she realized her hood had fallen away. Quickly her gaze went across the crowd. I looked as well. I knew what I would see. Where faces before were neutral, now they were strained. Some looked away. Others let their mouths fall carelessly into short frowns. I looked to Sachita again, and she, at last, looked at me. Something came over her face for a moment, but just as quickly it was gone. She put her hood back on. The ceremony continued for a short while longer. Each of us prayed quietly, and eventually it was time to leave. There was work to be done. Much has been learned of this religion. You see that new girl? What's her name? The one that gave the prayer. Huh? Oh, yeah. I think her name is, Farik? She was pretty. You don't even remember her name. Why do you? General Ed, she's our age. We used to play together, remember? It's not like we've spoken since then. Just then a girl emerged from the temple doorway. She clutched a notebook under one arm tightly as she descended the stairs towards us. That's going to happen a lot today. Prava's hair was long, and she wore it tied up high on her head. Certainly too long for a potter, but for some reason the kiln let her grow it out longer than was practical. Prava was a very hard worker, though, so I could see why they might make an exception for her. Blub, 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 blub. She stopped a few feet short and smiled at us, giving Kanari a wave. Good morning. Wow, Khan. You're actually here. I'm shocked. I thought I was going to need to come to your rooms. I exceed expectations, as usual. Arm, you had something to do with this, right? Not really. Yeah, that's a lie. I gave him a little push out the door. I don't remember it that way. God's light, Khan. Arm is too good to you. I don't know about all that. No, hold on. She makes a really good point. You see? Don't you realize that you and I have good lives? Khan, you have one job. Just one. And they bring us our meals and, all you need to do is show up to the temple on time every few days. Prava. No, I'm not finished yet. Come on, Prava. It's early. Okay, fine. But don't complain today. We have a lot to do at the kiln. Let's get going. Alright, alright. See ya, Arm. Goodbye. We'll see you later tonight, I think. Yep, see ya. Prava held her arm out for Kanari to take. He hesitated for a moment, but soon took it with a roll of his eyes. Aww. The pair made their way down the street and started in the direction of the kiln. Krava insisted on walking Canary every morning. It's not as if he needed help getting there, but he humored her anyways. Canary wouldn't ever admit that, of course. I looked at the sun in the sky for a short moment. Don't do that! You'll go blind, you fool! It's time. I should head to the armory. Can't be late myself. This was an important season. So here's my question. If there's only like 3,000 of us, right? And it doesn't seem like crime is a huge deal here, right? In such a small community, any criminal would probably be thrashed within an inch of their life by everybody because everybody knows who everybody is. So, if there's guards or soldiers or whatever it is that we need weapons for, what are we protecting against? Canary and I were very close to advancement. Felt odd taking a short breath. My future was in front of me, close by. Wild, Wild West situation, yeah. Arms obligation, main quest. Head to the armory for today's training. I am fast again. I'm going back in. Wait, where am I going? In. This isn't the way to the armory. No, it's in. God, I'm tired. In. Aw. No, in. Can I see what that stuff I found is for? Container holding a small amount of medicinal red powder. Greatly reduces laceration buildup or instantly cures effective triggered. Oh. Okay. And this is just, yeah. That's just the new quest. Another settlement? Maybe. Because there is seemingly a big emphasis on weapons and their importance here. What does rest do? Oh, it lets me save. Okay. Use... Upgrade items. Ooh, I need more perfect metal for these. Can I use mediocre metal, perhaps? How about... like, average metal? Maybe even above average. See, they're all training fighting man-to-man, so that gives me the impression that they are training to fight people. Maybe it is just a guard situation, but I don't know. It seems odd. What if they added the golem factor? Golem factor? What do you mean? Took my place among the oldest of the apprentices, gathered in a small crowd. Wound bearers of all ages moved around me in the courtyard. Maybe wound bearers is just their word for soldiers. Because you're people who have fought and have scars, maybe. Some of the boys near the back noticed my presence and gave me a small nod. I smiled and nodded back. Father stood apart from the group. He was my father, but known to the settlement as Ashadar, the High Wound Bearers. Noticing my approach, he nodded in my direction and began to speak. The warm season has begun on this holy day. This will be the last season of your apprenticeship. Sorry, factory. Oh, Golem factory. I don't know. For 8 long years, all of you have trained within these walls. You've trained so that you may do your part to improve the lives of the people of the settlement. It is our obligation to keep our loved ones safe and maintain this island's peace. Okay, so we're peacekeepers. Yeah, it is more of a guard situation, I guess. But you all know, advancing to journeyman is a significant right. And so the settlement must see that you are prepared. It's come time that you demonstrate the extent of your skills. We'll be facing each other in combat in these next few weeks. Show me the flame that I have cultivated in you. Show me the fire the children of the sunlight hold within themselves. Understood. Our voices came at once, a familiar call and response. Father gestured and we formed the familiar ring. I felt the morning's familiar uneasiness begin to familiarly fade. Familiarly. Why did the familiar morning prayer shake me so much? I don't remember. Father looked in my direction and nodded. Yeah, what's the Golem factory, by the way? I stepped into the circle. That's a very small cutlass. Clasping my blade in one hand, I assumed neutral position. Father scanned the ring of wound bearers before setting his eyes on Sajan, off to my left. I love their names. The world may never know. He was somewhat taller and darker in complexion than myself. Nodding, he stepped into the center of the ring as well. Gave a small smile, nervousness palpable on his face. Phoenix may never say. It was hard to hide my own. It's early. Usually we have time to warm up. Felt my muscles tense and I shifted the grip on my weapon. Also, are we just gonna duel with sharpened swords? I should win this. I need him to see me win. Alright. Basic combat, blocking. So, block by pressing the circle at the correct time, right as the outer ring touches the inner ring. Okay. I will try. Did it. I'm the best. Blocking attacks will drain your stamina bar. If you run out of stamina, you won't be able to block and will take increased damage. Uh-oh. Okay. The better you time your block, the less stamina you'll use. If you time it perfectly, just as the rings touch, you'll lose 0 stamina. Stamina will passively refill on defense, but you can also restore it by choosing the defend option on your turn. To do so, press circle when your command menu appears. Alright. Blocking attacks... Yes. Okay. Oh! Too early. Okay. Hey, I did that really well. Sorry, spoilers for the game journey. Oh, okay, I see. Defeat him! What's up, Adarsh? How you doing? Happy Friday. Now it's your turn to respond. From your command menu, initiate an attack by pressing X. Attacks cost stamina, so be sure you don't use too much. Okay, time, same thing. Just as with blocking, timing your command perfectly will result in a bonus. For attacking, that bonus is more damage. Time it perfectly to deal maximum damage. Alright, I'm so ready. I missed. Never mind. I wasn't ready. It's faster than the block one. There we go. There's not much to the animations. While you've had unlimited time to choose actions so far, know that in real combat, here we go, this is what I was talking about. In real combat, you'll have only a few seconds to make a decision about what to do. If you run out of time, you will automatically defend. Practice what you've learned so far and defeat Sayan! Come here, you. Get his ass. Hoya! Hoya! Oh, too early. Okay, I still got stamina, so... Uh-oh. Okay, defend. Get some stamina back. Too early on the block there. This is pretty easy, honestly. This is just back and forth, though. Oof! I'm really early on some of those blocks. How come he doesn't have to defend and get his stamina back? I killed him. 69 health left. Nice. So Jan wasn't down for long. Came back quickly to his knees, dusting himself off and grinning. Breathing hard, I scanned the crowd for Father. He looked at me for a short moment, giving a small nod of approval. Felt great. Father called out. Again! So Jan got to his feet and we assumed our starting positions once again. Intermediate combat, evasion. While on defense, instead of blocking, you also have the option to evade an incoming attack. Certain attacks can't be blocked and must be evaded. Okay. In order to evade, press square while holding left or right. Evade forwards or backwards respectively. You'll know to evade when you see a square-shaped icon. Okay. Don't jinx it. Got it. The time your input correctly to roll further. Make sure you land outside the range of the attack or you can still get hit. Does it matter if I roll forward or backwards? While heavy attacks must be avoided by evading, you can choose to evade any attack instead of blocking. However, evading costs significantly more stamina than blocking, so it should only be used when absolutely necessary. While heavy okay, that's the same thing. Block. Dodge. Okay, so it doesn't matter which direction I dodge. I don't think. All the attacks you've had to deal with so far have been neutral hits. Oh, great. However, your opponent may attack in a specific direction. Pay close attention to the circle to watch for the direction. In order to block a directional attack, simply block as normal, but hold the direction of the arrow shown at the same time. Got it. Okay. Down. Up. Ow. Down. Up. Left. I'm the best. Now, time to kick his butt. Block. Dodge. Attack. Block. 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 Defend. Block. Dodge. Defend. Ow. I'm doing really bad. Defend. Dodge. Okay. Oh. So the direction you dodged looks like it does matter because I got pushed up against the wall there. So you need to dodge past them sometimes. Before I realized it, midday had come. Father signaled to the courtyard that it was time for a break for the meal. The group began to file inside, exhausted. My hands behind my head, I took a moment to breathe deeply and recover. I noticed Sion at my side, chest rising and falling similarly. He gave me a sideline look and grinned. God's light, Arm, you've gotten way too good. Be sure to return the favor tomorrow. I smiled back and helped him to his feet. I'd been trained with Sion for many years. We weren't close outside of the armory, but he was a friendly face. Sure, Saj. Oh, so it is John. Got it. But you'll have to try harder than that. So Jean laughed and clapped me on the back before turning me to head back into the building. I followed a few feet behind. The room was filled with long tables. Wound bearers typically sat amongst those of their own age. I looked across the room, noticing the set of tables where my group was eating. Nearby sat my father. We made eye contact, and he smiled. Just then I had a feeling I wanted to ask him something. I strode near and sat across from him, folding my legs underneath myself. You did well earlier. Sejan is larger than you, but you outmaneuvered his size and you maneuvered around his size advantage well. Thank you, Father. I don't tell you often enough, but I'm very proud of how your skills have grown these past few seasons. When the current season is ended and it comes time, you'll make a fine temple guard. Really? Is it certain that'll be my concentration? I've recommended it to the Ashan many times. They have great foresight and always make the wisest decision. I'm sure they do. So yes, I'm sure. Father smiled. Suddenly, I recalled what it was I wanted to ask him. The empty vegetable carts flashed through my mind. Just then, a young boy came by, passing steaming ceramic bowls. I took mine in my hands, feeling its warmth. But something was odd. No vegetables in it. It was half full! Even worse! I looked up at Father, taking small bites. Father... Yes, Aram? Isn't this less than the normal portion? It is. But why? I'm certain the Ashan will make an announcement in due time. This has happened before you were born. I didn't think I would live to see another. But, alas. So then, does this have to do with the harvest? Yes. It's called famine, Aram. Aha! When the yield of vegetables is lower than normal, lower than what is necessary to feed the settlement. Also, I noticed they're really specifying that vegetables is our, staple here, so I'm guessing there aren't animals on this island anymore. Famine. So, it's gonna happen? Seems that way from what I've been told. There may be difficulties soon. Oh, that does also explain why we have a population of only 3,000. What sort of difficulties? Cannibalism! It's often difficult to determine a fair distribution of food among the settlement. Oh, even worse, class disparity. And then cannibalism. Whatever the decision, wound bearers must serve to enforce it. That's why we have guards. Never mind. We are not peacekeepers. We are a privatized religious military police force. When you advance, you'll play a part in this. Great! I'm so excited for that. I did the same. I don't really want to. That weapon you carry, Arum, gives you a special right among the children of sunlight. His father is just him, but with a beard. Yeah. So it seems like they reused a lot of the artwork in this game. It's a very small development group, but yes, it is the exact same artwork. It looks like just with a beard. I saw one character that was literally just the same guy, but with a sword and shield. They're kind of skipping on some of the artwork here. You understand this. Wound bearers maintain the peace. So yeah, wound bearers are the soldiers then. There may come a time when that weapon must deter those who disturb that peace. What do you mean? Let's speak of other things. Let's just not think about it. I'm sure nothing bad will happen if we just don't think about it. Don't worry yourself about these things right now. You have plenty of time to focus. You have plenty to focus on as it is. When the time comes, we will discuss it further. Alright. We continued to eat, speaking of smaller things, but his words stuck with me. I tried to ignore the feeling, but I was shaken. I already know that wound bearers are often asked to keep the peace. If somebody's stealing from the community or hurting another person... Okay, so we are, yeah, the police force. There's just no need to do something like that on our island. So I can understand using force to stop that person. But if all they want is a meal... There's always been enough to go around until now. The thought of it made me uneasy. Eventually the meal ended and we returned to work. The day slipped by as I continued to practice and spar with my peers. The bright midday sun grew cold and brilliant orange by the time Father dismissed us. It's late afternoon now. Oh, in the bottom left, that sun is apparently the time of day. It has changed. Homesteadive. Apprentice Woundbearer. See, yeah, that's the same art as my friend Kanari, just with a sword and shield. It's really impressive earlier today, I mean. You didn't lose a single match. Really? I guess I didn't. You're pretty humble about it, Arum. I think you've become one of the best in our age group. Humble? No, it's not like that. I just don't see any of this as competition. Alright, Mr. Humblebrag. Once we advance, we'll leave all this sparring behind. Oh, that's what you mean. All of this is so that we can protect people, right? I won't ever need to fight any of you guys for real, so... What's the point of comparing ourselves? You're not wrong. It's a good way of looking at it. Hey, speaking of, what concentration are you hoping for? I'm not sure yet, but probably peacekeeping. Temple Guard sounds pretty dull. Like I wouldn't really get to do much. You think? And Sentry, well, I don't think that's for me. I see. What's the difference, I wonder? Sion. Hey, staying late, huh? I was hoping I might run into you. Oh, sorry. I wasn't planning on staying long. Damn, really? Not even for a little bit? I was thinking we could get another match in. Well... Come on, Arum. I need redemption from before. There's no way I can let things stand as they are. It's not like that. You beat me plenty of times in the past. Not recently. In fact, I don't think I've beaten you in sparring at... maybe. I'm ready this time. Okay. Just a quick match. I hope you're ready for a real challenge this time. I'm not. But okay. Attack! Hoya! Oh, I missed. I could counterattack, I guess. Dodge. Dodge. Ow. That really hurt. Could you not do that in the future, please? Attack. Ah, I keep forgetting the counterattack. Alright, hit him. Oh! Yes. Defend. Get some energy back. Dodge. You suck. Get smacked. I think we can finish him. Yes! Bagane bagab! Oh, I don't know what that means. But I trust you, so I said it out loud. God above, there's no damn way. Again? Not bad. If it's any consolation, you made me work much harder than before. Ah, spare me the pity. Looks like I'll have to double down on my training from now on. This isn't over, you hear me? I'll beat you one of these days, Harm. Sure. Whatever you say. I got marks of honor. What do those do? Aside from a small carved piece of wood and metal collected and traded amongst wound bearers, often exchanged as a result of a duel. It's uncertain when or how the tradition began, but marks of honor have become a sort of currency within the armory, coveted by all. Ah. Oh, hello, Arm. Good evening. Coming by to get more training in? Not today, though I really should. Any extra practice you could fit in will only help. Good on you for staying after. I got a long way to go. We're not in the same category at all. You're pretty much guaranteed to make Temple Guard, right? Your father's word must go a long way. I wouldn't say it's certain by any means, but he definitely wants it. Well, even if he wasn't a high wound bearer, you'd be eligible for any concentration you wanted with skills like yours. What's in here? Oh, are you the traitor? Well, if it isn't Ashadar's son. So yeah, they're reusing the art over and over again here. What are you still doing here? Need something? Hello. I was looking for Journeyman Kabir. I will say, to the devs, I'd recommend in the future, if you're going to reuse artwork like that, only reuse it for side characters. So, the main guy that looks like all of these side characters, you're probably not going to want that. Just because, I mean, it's okay if all the side characters look the same, but the side characters shouldn't look like the main characters, is basically what I'm saying. It's me now, though. Seriously? Well, is there anything spare to barter? Probably, but you'll have to trade as much as anyone else, you hear? No exceptions. What? This is my obligation, too. I shouldn't have to pay in full. Sorry, man. Those are the rules. Go tell your dad if you think it's unfair. Screw you. Kabir was much nicer. What do you got? Ooh, big spear. Apprentice spear. Apprentice short sword. A less popular, shorter variant of the standard sword used by most woundbearers. However, it trades range for weight and can be an effective tool for rapid, devastating attacks. Ooh. I don't know what the difference is, but I can't afford any of these anyways. So, whatever. Do I need like 300 marks of honor for these? Damn. Can I go in here? Nope. Their spears are cool. They're big tridents. Oh, that's right. I need the metal for this. Does resting get my health back? Yes. Excellent. That language is when you're talking. Oh, it's gibberish. I stepped into the street and admired the fading orange light. The rest of the afternoon is my own. I suppose I could return home and read. Or something. No. I realized then what it was I really wanted to do. I'll go look for her. Ooh. I'd like to see Suchita today. Ooh. He got a girlfriend. I'd like to hear her voice. She's still at the temple? I should go look. During free time, you're allowed to explore the settlement at your own pace and complete side content. Take side quests, talk to the people of the settlement, collect items. The story will not progress unless you pursue the main quest objective. Okay. So I'm not pressed for time. View your current quests at any time by pressing triangle to open the status menu, as well as mark quest and track quest. Okay. Awesome. I want to explore. Can I go up this ladder? No. That's the wrong way. Okay, fine. You said I could go wherever I wanted. Just not that way, I guess. Where's that roof with the shiny thing on it? I want the shiny roof thing. The library. Ooh. Good evening, Anaya. Don't act so friendly. Here I thought for a wonderful moment someone had come by to actually borrow a book. But no, it's just you. How do you know I don't want one? Do you? No. There you go. Can't I stop by just to say hello? Is that really so bad? Oh, please, Aram. I know you're not stopping by in the afternoon simply for the pleasure of my small talk. You just want to hear a story, right? Well, that's part of it. Look, Aram, all the stories I know are in this library already. Why don't you just read them yourself? I could, but I don't know how to read. I like hearing them read aloud. Well, I've got things to do today. I don't have time to sit around and tell you stories. In fact, why don't you make yourself useful? Uh-oh. We got 3 outstanding returns that haven't been handed in yet. Yes, I get to beat people into returning their library books on time. Why don't you go track them down and bring those books back? As you can see by how lively it is in here, we're lacking the manpower. Manpower? Can't you just do it yourself? You don't seem that busy to me. I have to watch the desk, genius. Can't just go for a stroll when I feel like it. Weren't you just complaining that nobody ever comes by to borrow anything? You got me there. I'm terrible with people, though. And confrontation. What if they yell at me, Aram? Imagine some strange recluse girl showing up at your obligation nagging you about returning a book. I would yell at me, too. Honestly, how hard is it to remember to bring back a damn book? Okay. You're making me feel guilty. I was gonna do it anyway. Well, that was easy. Girl asks you to do something and you just do it. Smart man. Don't make me change my mind. Who borrowed these books, anyway? Where am I going? Let's see. First guy was a wound bearer. That one should be easy for you. Second one was an apprentice carpet maker, I think. And, oh, that's right. Last guy didn't tell me his obligation. Though he mentioned that he was on his way home, somewhere nearby the courier outpost. You could try and find where he lives, maybe. This is sounding like a lot of work. Sure is. Better get started then, huh? Yeah, I'm on it. As a reward, maybe I'll tell you a story. Oh, she's blushing. Cute. I can't believe a guard in training just got press ganged into book retrieval. Wait, the main character is a man? Yes. Aram is a boy. I don't believe he's like a fully grown man. I think he is a teenager. I can't go upstairs and steal books. Whatever. Oh, also she can trade stuff. Hey, just you again today, huh? It's just me every day. Do you know how many new apprentices the library got this season? 0. That's right, literally none. Really? Well, they've been steadily moving children out of history keeping and other obligations for the past few years. Guess they consider it a pretty low priority. Can't blame them, honestly. But if things continue as they are, the next apprentice of the library will probably be my kid. God, that's kind of depressing, isn't it? Well, the bright side is you get to run things around here, right? You sound like the library master. What that means in practice is I have to literally do everything. Speaking of, have anything for barter today? Haven't been asked that in a while. Let me look. Yeah, that was the whole reason I had this conversation in the first place. Ink. Mixed with water to be used in writing. The ink is common use within the settlement and surprisingly complex in structure, a mix of many different... These are such long, well thought out descriptions. Wow, I wasn't expecting all this out of this free game. I don't expect a whole lot out of any free game, I guess. Oh, I do have money down there in the bottom right. The majority is made by Sunlight Maidens. Okay. Well, I can't afford any of these things. I'm broke. Perhaps she will pay me as a reward instead. So they said one of the wound bearers, so one of the guards, had also. I just noticed this building here has a heart and a well, maybe it's the Sunlight Maiden's place. Let's just not assume that it's a love hotel. Outright, perhaps. Maybe one of these guys has the book. Not to be rude, but your modesty gets on people's nerves sometimes. Just try and take credit for achievements sometimes, okay? I promise no one will be offended. Okay, so you don't have the book. Do you have the book? You won't even gloat. That's the worst part. They have different dialogue after I talk to them a second time. Should I? Just you wait, Arm. Next time I won't be messing around. This guy probably has the book. Hey, sorry to bother you, but I'm here on behalf of the library. Did you happen to borrow a book a while back? Then forget to give it back. Did I borrow a... Oh, crap. Yeah, I totally did. I think I have it in my bag somewhere. Oh, good. Just give it to me and I'll take it back. Thanks. Here. Appreciate it. Library books. Yes. This is a very efficient use of my time as a soldier. Second one was an apprentice carpet maker, she said. I have no idea where that guy would be. But... oh, can I change the quest that I'm targeting? Yeah, maybe that way it'll direct me towards it. This is the temple. That's where Sachita would be, so that would progress the main story. Let me find these library books. Oh, here we go. Carpet maker. The loom. I don't need a carpet. Hello, I'm here on behalf of the library. Did you, borrow a book from them a while back? I think you forgot to return it. Huh? Oh, yeah, I guess I did. Is it overdue? I didn't realize there was a time limit. Yeah. The girl that works there might have mentioned something like that. She's quite the looker, huh? Guess I was distracted. Uh-huh. Can you give it back, please? Oh, right. Here you go. Thanks. I wonder if she's seeing anyone right now. No, and I think she could use your company. My, if it isn't Aram. Hello, dear. How are you this evening? This is going to destroy my voice, this game. I'm well, Master Die Maker. Thank you for asking. How is your training coming along? I heard that you're set to advance this season. Your father must be so proud. Yes, I'm very close now. Things are progressing well, at least I think so. It's hard to know with him sometimes. Oh, try not to worry so much, dear. You've grown into a very capable young man. No doubt he can see that. Of course, you were always that way. Really? Oh, yes. I recall well the days when you were still small, living with your mother in that home by the mill. Whenever I would visit her, I was always so surprised at how dedicated you already were. So well-mannered and mature for your age. She would often joke that you'd been born as your father. Ah, about that. We share a striking resemblance, I would say. Is that so? He and you are very alike, don't you think? Yes, disturbingly so. You're both resolutely dedicated to things you pursue. Also, we are the exact same person, but he has a beard. Well, I admire him. I want to make him proud. And that's a good thing. But let this old lady give you a piece of advice, Aram. Try not to let expectations for something be the only reason you do it. It can be easy to lose perspective on whether or not a goal is worth it in the end. Worth it? Of course it's worth it. I've been working towards this my whole life. And I definitely had a choice in the matter, for surezies. I know, dear. It's just something to think about. Right. Of course. Thank you for your advice. Best of luck, Aram. I wish you the best. It's a blessing to see you. Likewise. What are they selling? Oh, hello. Can I help you? Hello? Barter. Carpet maker's clothes. Carpet maker's sandals. Lucky woven charm. Increase enemy item drop rate. Oh. Well, I don't have time for anything. It's almost like you are your father. As soon as she started like mentioning how similar we looked, I'm starting to wonder if maybe there's something more to this. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking the same thing. It was like, are we clones, perhaps? This is a tailor, yeah. Oh, wait. Hey, it's you. You're that wound bearer. Arm, right? I'm sorry, if we've met before, I've forgotten your name. Oh, no, I don't think we formally met. I know of you from some of my friends on other obligations. They tell me you do a lot of labor for them on the side. Not for any particular reason, just to help out or something. I wouldn't say I do a lot. He's gonna give me a side quest. But if somebody asks me, I try to do what I can. Really? So it is true. Wow. Well, if I'm free, I've got no real reason to refuse. I didn't realize I had a reputation for it or anything. Well, that's great to hear. Free now? I suppose, but I'm sort of on my... Thanks. See, we're really overwhelmed with these deliveries today. Most of the apprentices are out doing that now. I've still got some sorting to finish up here, so I was really hoping someone else might handle a delivery of mine. I patched up some guy's sandals, so he'll need them back. Sure is lucky you came along. Right. Who's it for? Some apprentice who works at, the brickworks? Oh, no, wait. Was it the kiln? Well, what's his name? Right. I got it written down here somewhere. Damn, guess not. I completely slipped my mind. Figure it out, and also, fuck you. Sorry. What? How are you planning on returning it to him in the first place? Yeah, I guess that would have sucked. Good thing I don't have to do it anymore, though, huh? Now it's your problem, loser, idiot. Look, I know he'll be somewhere on the east side of town. Just ask every human on the east side of town. I'm sure you'll get there eventually. It's not like I care. It's your problem now. In or around one of the workshops over there anyway. Figure it out. Right, I'm on my way. Did I really have a reputation for doing other people's errands? Thought about it for a moment and realized there was some truth to it. I wasn't ashamed of it, certainly. Why say no when I can help out? To sleep now. See you later. Good night, Adarsh. Get some sleep. Enjoy your weekend. My father taught me better than that. That's the principle the settlement is built upon. Each and every one of us playing their part. That's why we're able to lead such pleasant, wantless lives. Yes, wantless. Great. Somewhere on the east side of town. I can definitely tell which side is east. I'm guessing it's this way, perhaps? Brickworks? The depot. My. If it isn't Aram, the darling son of Ashadar and Malia. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit this fine afternoon? Oh, I'm only kidding. I already know, of course. People only come here for one reason after all, so what have you got for me today? I hope it's something interesting. Well, I'd like to see what you have first. Sure. Are you finally going to let me have that sword of yours? Of all the apprentice swords I have seen, it's by far the finest. I'll make it worth your while. What? No way. I can't just give it to you. Not to mention, my mom was the one that created the metal for the blade. So... oh, don't get all sentimental on me now. It's mostly a joke. Yeah, right. I'm noticing this guy's portrait is, like, way lower. Is he short, or just... is that to indicate he's sitting? Although perhaps I could interest you in a gemstone pendant in exchange. Perfect for that cursed lady friend of yours. Cursed? It's not like that. But how much is it? Pale tree heirloom. Ceramic... oh, he's got perfect metal. Can I sell you stuff? I assume what he meant by everyone comes here for the same thing, and that's to sell him things, but maybe not. This is a big town. Excuse me, this might be a weird question, but I'm looking for somebody who works at one of the obligations around here. They recently got their sandals repaired at the clothier, and I'm trying to deliver them. You don't know where they work or their name? No. You don't even look like, are you a wound bearer? Yeah? Why do they have you doing a delivery for the clothier? I'm just trying to help out. Sorry, I have no idea. Right. Okay. Yoink. Excuse me. I'm here on behalf of the library. Did you borrow a book? Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Book, book, book. Give book. Now I can stop pretending I was actually reading it. I picked up that Archimancy book, thinking I'd learn a thing or two. Archimancy? What is that? Honestly, the technical details went way over my head. Oh, Archimancy is, if I take apart the wording of it, should be the study of old things? Like archaic? No, Aram. Hey, can I ask for a word of advice? You want my advice? We had a message request come in earlier today. It's from some carpet maker named Abjan, dressed as Sunlight maid named Ishka. Okay, and? Well, seems like a love letter of sorts. It's also supposed to be read aloud, so I can't just drop it off and leave. Oh, so you're embarrassed. Don't make fun of me. Of course I'm embarrassed. Who wouldn't be? How do they expect me to deliver it without getting strange looks anyways? Guys aren't supposed to enter the Sunlight Maiden's quarters. Well, I go back there plenty. Yes, let's say that out loud. Just act natural, like you're supposed to be there doing something important. I don't know. Anyway, good luck with that. Arm? Please, could you just do it? Don't you dare. Don't you make me do it. You want me to do it. Sort of. You said it yourself. You're back there all the time. Yeah, but I don't think I'm supposed to be back there all the time. Your mom was a high priestess, right? Oh. Oh, yes. But, please. Please. Just this once. Alright, I'm happy to help. But I do actually have to read it aloud to her. That was the request. Godspeed. It seems a bit personal. What am I getting myself into? Why do I keep accepting these side quests? I don't have the option to refuse them. What is the courier selling? I was wondering if you think... Yeah, okay. Why would I... What's the point of courier's clothing? Like, what's the different clothings for the different obligations? What's the point of that? I'm wondering what the point of a lot of these things are. I also might get up onto their roof, actually, and get to the roof next door. Wait, maybe I can. Go up. Yes! Would you mind not going up there? Things are a mess up there, so I haven't had the chance to organize it yet. Man, but there's a shiny thing on your roof, and I want it. Sucks. Hate this place. This is my house. So I've got all the books. I delivered the... Did I deliver the sandals? No. Kiln. Ah, here we go. Yeah, what is it? Okay. Spare crap. He's selling bricks. Why would I buy any of these things? There's a shiny thing back there. Seen a hammer anywhere around here? Yes? Probably dozens of them in here. Oh, right. Well, I'm looking for one in particular. Misplaced mine earlier, and now I can't find it. Is it in the room next to me? Does it have any particular markings that would make it stand out? No. It's a hammer. Right. Good luck. I'm not helping that guy. Oh, is it you? Oh, yeah, you're the sandal guy. Really? Yeah, I brought my spare sandals in to get them patched up the other day. They work fast. Thank God. Thought I'd spend hours looking. Hey, aren't you a wound bearer? Stop asking. I just like to be helpful, man. Thread. I got thread. Wow. I'm sure that's extremely helpful. Anything else fun over here? Is this just to leave the settlement? Settlement plantation. I can just go out here. Pretty, though. I can go all the way out here. That's the wrong way. Okay. Not all the way out here, but most of the all the way out here. I noticed that some of the weapons have different, like, attack ranges. And I'm guessing that there's some strategies where you keep yourself at a distance. So, like the spear, for example, if you use the spear, if you keep yourself at a distance from the enemies, they probably have to spend part of their action getting over to you, which means you have to block or dodge fewer attacks. The vegetable place is all boarded up. Sad times. No vegetables for us. It's the clothier. I need the biblioteca. Donde está? That's the temple. I'll go there eventually. Library first. I got your books. Here you are. I managed to track them all down. Well, look at that. You actually came through. Thanks, Arm. I guess I have to deliver on my end now, huh? So, what kind of story do you want to hear? Lately I've been wondering about something. All the different things we make each day with archimancy. The bricks we use for construction, our carpets and clothes, our tools, we know how to make them because we have their schemas, right? Those documents with all the physical properties of different materials written down. Are we alchemists? I haven't thought about that much before, but where did those schemas come from in the first place? Who figured all these properties out? Ah, so you're curious as well. Hey, gonna lurk while I make banana bread and clean. What's up, noodles? How you doing today? Perfect game to lurk in, because it's kind of a visual novel for this portion. I've always wondered the same. In fact, a while back I did some digging and ended up reading over a dozen books trying to piece it together. But I'll, paraphrase. You'll remember this first part, she began. It's a story of where we would always hear in general ed. You know, God creates the island and all that. That story comes from the sacred texts, of course. But they rarely ever say just how much time exactly is passing between events. So, this might have all happened shortly after that. Or maybe it was hundreds of years later. Who can know? Nonetheless, in the early days of the settlement, they say that we knew how to make everything. Recall that God had given us a piece of his own power. And so, an intimate knowledge of all things physical in this world was second nature to the children of sunlight. Every sort of metal, brick, and wood. Even materials for which we've now long lost the schema, like amethyst and ivory. We had all of them at our fingertips. God had left his children to build a paradise. But many years had passed, and now he saw that there was division among them. They followed different leaders, lived apart from one another. These factions tried to better themselves at the expense of others. Yes, God saw all these things and was displeased. Children of sunlight were meant to be perfectly equal to one another, to share their talents and creations, to live as one. Thus, God made it so. Slowly, but surely, our knowledge of all physical things began to fade. It was subtle at first. We lost silk one year, then obsidian months later. But before long, it was brass and canvas, platinum and coal, dozens of materials lost on the same day. Seeing it would have come to pass, what little we still remembered was written down desperately. But it wasn't much longer until everything was forgotten. Nothing was left. Huh. Those original notes became the schemas, they say. I suppose that answers your question. But there's a lesson in this story too, Arm. You see, ultimately it was the great forgetting that brought us together once again from our separation. Each faction had only written down a small number of materials before their memory of them was gone entirely, leaving the disparate groups weak on the verge of destruction. Yes, they were left with no choice but to come together and share their knowledge. And once we'd done that, again, we began to thrive. While we lost the innate knowledge of the physical world we once had, we gained an appreciation for the strength of unity and equality. God knew this would happen, of course. And so he laid the path for us to follow. That's pretty much the gist of it. Interesting, right? Yeah. That is bizarre. So they were alchemists, sort of. They knew how to make materials out of nothing, maybe? They're talking about archimancy. And I guess that's this process of making these different materials. And then they forgot their like genetic, or not genetic, but their molecular makeup, and then had to come together and sort of turn back into this trade society, I guess. Huh. It is. Thanks, Inaya. You're pretty good at this, you know. Huh? Telling stories. It's just this once, okay? It's exhausting. Sure, sure. Whatever you say. And I got ink. What can I do with that? Oh. I want to stab something. Give me something to stab. Is the... Okay, temple's back the other way. Let's set this one first. Oh boy. Time to go read somebody a love letter. This isn't gonna be awkward at all. Hello, Arm. Good day. Not too bad so far. How about you, Sona? Pretty boring, you may be surprised to hear. I always try and volunteer for errands just to get out for the day. Do you want to do my errands instead? I think they're on to me. Alright, which one of you am I supposed to read this to? And why are you all hunched over? Okay, it's got to be one of these rooms. Oh, I'm stealing now. Malia. Hello, my love. How is your day? Good, Mom. Thank you. It's exciting, isn't it? You're so close now. Are you tired of hearing that? No, it's alright. I'm excited. But, oh, I see. Are you here for her? I was just wondering where she might be. That's all. Ah, of course. I should have known you wouldn't stop by just to see your poor mother. Oh, she's guilt-tripping me. Mom, come on. It's not like that. I'm teasing you, love. She left a few minutes ago. Do you know where to? I think she mentioned the tree. Got it. Thank you, Mom. Love you. Or love you, too. Oh, she gave me a bandage, too. Is there anything else I can steal? Oh, it's in this room, isn't it? Hang on, let me steal first. Yoink. Excuse me, my lady. I'm here to deliver a message. A message? You're a wound bearer. Let's just say I'm here on their behalf. It's from, a carpet maker named John. You know him? John? He sent me a letter? More than that, my lady. He wants me to, read it to you. Oh, God above. Don't bother. Excuse me? You heard me. You'll forgive me if I don't want to sit through whatever love poem he's copied from a book and passed off on his own. Damn! I've told John about 100 times already that I'm not interested. Alright then. Could you at least, take the letter? So I can say I did my part? No way, I don't want it. I'll tell you what. Go back to John and tell him what I just told you. That should get him off my back. Oh! I really think you should go through the couriers for that. It's not my job to... Are you still here? The Sunlight Maiden gave you an order. Do it. Yeah. Oh. Why do they do this to me? And you know what? I bet the tree is that place out by the, plantation I was just at. At least it's on the way. Oh, oops. Wrong guy. Hey, I'm John, right? I have a message for you from Ishka. Oh, so she got my letter then. Finally! How did she like it? What's her answer to my proposition? It's, she said... Well, she loved it. But I think you should meet her in person as soon as possible to, discuss it. Well, yes. I'll see her right away. Thanks, man. No problem. Just happy to help. I do feel a little bit bad about this, but how can I tell him the truth? It would crush him. God above. I'm terrible at navigating these sorts of things. Time to be done with this. Now I gotta go back to the couriers. Please tell me that's this way. It is this way, right? Yes. Oh, thank goodness. Alright, it's done. No big deal. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. The courier service should really ban love letters. It's a waste of paper. Just say it in person, you know? Maybe that's for the best. And then they gave me paper. What will I do with all of these things that I've gotten? What out here? Oh, I just noticed how dried out the fields look. I stopped for a minute and looked out at the fields. Apprentice farmers knelt to work in the fading evening light. They looked solemn in their work. I never paid it much mind. These fields, I thought. Are fields really all that separates us from hardships? I tried to think of what it might be like if there was little food to go around. Take a smaller portion. Yes. I'd be fine with that. Somebody else who needs it more than me. No. I'd be okay with it maybe, but somebody else... What would they have me do? What would they have me do if that person refused? The Great Dune Sea begins. Why are things becoming so complicated? I should be going. I don't want to miss her. Oh, but you already have. The Pale Tree. Oh, she's wearing a colored robe, finally. Somebody's wearing something other than brown. My feet fall gently in the swaying grass as I approached her. There, in the dull amber field, sat beneath the pale tree. Sachita was like a white sunflower. Her hair fell gently to one side, head resting against the gray bark. Her eyes were closed, but not in sleep of any kind. Knew she was awake, thinking. In the sea of ash and orange, she stood out with a brilliance. Brilliance of a lone flower among dying grass. I'll be clear. I love Sachita. I don't feel the same way about anybody else. Not like this. Yeah, we could tell. Felt my anxiety began to fade as I approached her. My time with her often had that effect. As I drew near, she opened one eye, slow smile filling her face. She drew up, her hair now falling carelessly to the sides of her pale cheeks. Aram, she said. I stopped and waved. Her voice was soft and sweet. Sounded much different than this morning. Perhaps it's hyperbole, but I could have sworn the notes of her voice carried far beyond the tree out and over the hills. She seldom spoke with a volume of any sort, even giving sermons. No, but it was engrossing. The sort of voice that draws your attention and feels like the sun on your skin. You're a bit far from town, Sachi, I said. She looked somewhere off to her right. Well, I was counting my steps. I wanted to see how many it was from the edge of town to here, you see. And then, from here to the water. She looked at me childishly, clearly enamored with her findings. Don't you think it's strange, Aram? What's strange? The tree's halfway between them, almost exactly. Her eyes narrowed, and she seemed to think about her words a bit longer. Well, I suppose that depends on what you count as the furthest building. I looked back the way I'd come. The settlement lay to our backs, roughly 1 mile away. It's the kiln, I think, I said. Thought about it some more. No, do the sheds count as buildings? I shrugged at her. Is that really why you came out here? Do you think it's boring? She asked, clearly disappointed I wasn't celebrating her discovery. Yeah, a little. Well, that's not very nice, she replied, idly running the long braid in her hair through her fingers. I was just always curious, that's all. She sighed, looking out at the horizon. I should really spend my free time doing something a bit more... She trailed off. It was empty past the tree. The path continued, but only for a short while longer. After that, it was simply water. Water and nothing. The horizon, touched by hints of amber light, met the edge of the sea. Suchita patted the ground beside her. Do you want to sit for a while? Can't promise it'll be very exciting, though. I nodded awkwardly, suddenly realizing I was somewhere between leaning and crouching. I sat next to her, crossing my legs. How was it today? She asked, turning her gaze from the horizon. You're... what, a season away? I nodded. Yeah. I'm so happy for you, she smiled. You must be excited. I thought about my conversation with Father. I looked down at my hands and at the weapon strapped to my waist. I am. Wanted this for a really long time. I turned to her. We might see each other more often, actually. If I become a temple guard, I'll be able to escort you sometimes. She nodded eagerly. You're right. I hadn't thought of that. There was a short silence. About this morning, during the prayer, I began with a sudden desire to broach the topic. At this, Suchita's face grew somewhat red. That was so embarrassing, she began. No, listen. I was going to say that I don't think anybody minded, really. It was an innocent lie, but insincere all the same. Suchita gave a small laugh. They did, she said quietly. It was an accident. It won't happen again. I felt embarrassed having brought it up. The effigy was perfect, though, I said, trying to change the subject. She shook her head. Thank you, Aram, but it wasn't. Come on, Sachi, I said in reply. You know it's better than I can do. Suchita smiled a bit. Well, wood is easy, you know. It's not very dense. She called me dense! Not for me, I said, stretching out my palm. Closed my eyes, trying to remember old breathing exercises and focus techniques. Oh! So this is how they produce stuff like that. They can literally just... So that's what that light was at the beginning, during the prayer. She literally created that effigy out of thin air. I hadn't been taught any formal archimancy at the armory in years, after all. I fixated my mind on the small wooden figure Suchita had made this morning. My outstretched hand grew warm, and after a few seconds, I opened my eyes again. I heard Suchita's soft laughter before I had the chance to look at what I held now in my palm. It was made of wood, that much was certain. As for the shape, it was more like a bit of melted clay than anything remotely human. Even I had more time to study the original. Even had I more time to study the original, I would be hard-pressed to make anything so detailed as hers. God's light, I've actually gotten worse. Suchita composed herself enough to speak. It's a good effort. I started to chuckle as well, despite myself. Her laughter was infectious. Suppose that was because it was so rare to hear it. Aw. We grew quiet and minutes passed in comfortable silence. I can't really poke fun, honestly, she said, some of the brightness gone from her voice. My last batch of practice for the festival came out like that, too. Metal is really tough. Glanced at my sword. It's supposed to be pure iron, right? Not an alloy? She nodded. Pure, which is supposed to make it much easier. So when he said his mother made the metal, I was going to poke and say, well, I don't think she made the metal. I think she refined the metal, but maybe she actually did straight up make the metal. But I'm struggling. The other maidens could do it on their first few tries, I've heard. I don't think I'll have it ready in time. And they'll have to pick somebody else. She opened her mouth to say something more, but stopped. So she just spoke like this often. She was quick to self-deprecate. I never knew how to respond. I like to think that I know her quite well, but even so. What I mean is that encouragement is hollow sometimes. People pick up on it, and Suchita was adept at spotting lies. I don't want to disappoint I mean, the High Priestess. Ah, so she's the High Priestess's daughter, and we are the High Woundbearer's son. I looked up for a moment, thinking of a response. Well, there's time still, I managed meekly. She nodded, slowly. That wasn't the right thing to say. Ro failed the QuickTime event. Looking down at her hand, she turned a palm toward the sky. After a moment, a flash of indigo light came from her palm. When the light faded, in her hand was a small wooden ring. A sun ring, like that any man or woman would wear. It's detailed, sure, she said quietly, but in a different material, it wouldn't look as good. She smiled softly. Do you want it, Arm? It was a familiar question. Sometimes she gave me things she made in practice, for as long as I could remember. My room was full of them. Small wooden rings, blocks, and other things a child makes with archimancy. Sagitta was like that. We are breaking the laws of physics by producing matter from nothing. Tried not to show it, but I was eager to accept them. I figured it meant she was thinking about me. It was a nice feeling. I nodded and extended my palm towards her. Aww. Clutching the ring in her fist, Sagitta pressed it gently into my open hand. But then she lingered. Her hand rested on top of mine for a long moment. Her hand was still warm from the archimancy she had cast. Oh, so the knowledge that was lost must have been taught and passed down verbally until the Great Forgetting, probably some disaster that wasn't recorded, and after that they wrote down what was left. Yeah. The Great Forgetting, they said, was an act of God, but I'm guessing there's more to it than that. And yeah, I'm guessing it was either passed down verbally. No, they said that everybody knew it intuitively, because they were all children of God, and God knows everything. So since they were made from God, they had the same understanding of everything natural that God did, and so they were able to make everything intuitively. Her hand was still warm from the archimancy she'd cast. It was soft and without calluses, unlike my own. After a moment, our arms drifted downwards, hands still touching. Unless, of course, they were lying about that and it was, in fact, passed down verbally. I felt the dry grass scratch at my skin. Wind blew light, leaving a warm silence. There we sat, as I looked at her. She faced away, staring out at the hills. I wished then I could know what she was thinking. It was these quiet but significant moments between us in which I wanted to know more than ever. Did she feel as warm inside as I did? But the main character said he was taught some at the armory. Yeah. You mean the archimancy stuff? Or the archimancy itself, I think, is the hard part. So making the stuff is like the magic that you kind of have to learn. But you have to know, like, the, I guess, chemical or atomic makeup of what you're creating. And that was the knowledge that was all lost. So they remembered some things when they wrote them all down. So they have these things they call schemas for certain materials. But I guess you need like a certain skill level to make anything usable out of it. So probably she can make lumps of metal, but you can't make it into anything useful unless you're really good at it. But suddenly I felt her hand tense. She pulled away quickly. Her arm returned to her lap, and she sat up straight. Her smile had faded. I have to go, Arm. I need to practice. Right. Pulling the hood of her menage over her face, she just stood, dusting the grass off the hem of her dress. Okay, I replied. Stepping a few feet away, she turned to look at me from over her shoulder. I'll see you soon. Yeah, I said again. She nodded after a moment, walking away. Before long, as the sunlight faded, she had disappeared into the outer line of buildings making up the settlement. I watched her go. Sagitta, the girl that I loved. It had taken me years to notice it, but as I grew older, it became clear. Something was wrong with Sagitta. Something had always been wrong with her. Suppose I noticed the gravity of it far too late. It's not just that everyone hates her. It's not just that... So everybody does hate her. It's not just that everyone hates her. It's not just that she hides her face. It's not just that she pulls away. I knew there was something broken about Sagitta, fundamentally. That I know. But it doesn't matter what it is, because one day soon, I'm gonna marry her. I'm gonna marry Sagitta and keep her safe. The world scorns her, then I will be there in front of her, like a shield. All of her sadness, the things she holds inside, yeah, buddy, I don't know how to tell you this. If she doesn't want you to help her, there's not a damn thing you can do. You could be there for her all you want, but if she doesn't let you, then you're wasting your time. I'll take them all away. As a wound bearer, I will have that kind of strength. I have a duty to the settlement, of course. I'm not doing this entirely for them. It's for her. It's always been for her. Oof. Oof. Can I put on that ring? Does it give me magic powers? What's this? Oh, that's the love letter. I still have it. Young men and women of the settlement... Oh, there's more lore here. Young men and women of the settlement are allowed to freely pursue any romantic partner that they choose as long as one is chosen for marriage by the age of 24. If not, the Ashan will arrange a marriage instead. This is a necessary part of controlling the island's population numbers. The amount of children a couple is allowed to produce is strictly assigned. You gonna tell me about paper? Being sacred and thus untouchable, wood is one of the many missing materials that are obtained only through archamancy. Oh, so they don't know how to farm trees. Interesting. Warping implies the archamancy was hastily performed. Okay. However, rather difficult to obtain by means of archamancy can be used up. Oh, so specific materials are more difficult to make through archamancy, too. Spool of thread used for sewing and stitching. There are no particular color and style requirements for the Manash, a large variety. Okay, and those are... Oh, and I guess that explains why the ink is made by the Sunlight Maidens, because they're especially well-versed at archamancy. So they make the materials with which the craftsmen work. I wonder if there's some drawback to that like drains them physically or something. I feel like there's gotta be. It was really nothing, Prav. I'm fine. It wasn't nothing. You nearly lost a hand, Khan. Yeah, but I didn't, right? Hey, guys. Hey, Aram. Oh, hi, Aram. It's getting late. What are you doing out at the plantation? Not much. You know, enjoying the sunset. Oh, I see. So Sachi definitely wasn't there. She might have been. So what? Nothing, just wondering. Did you talk to her about this morning? That must have been so embarrassing. A little. I think it's fine. If you say so. I'll ask her at home tonight. Speaking of, can we head back now? I'm exhausted. Fine, fine. But we aren't done talking about today, Khan. Of course not. And so, our characters have been exposited. The three of us walked back towards the housing Kanari and I shared. Arriving at the door, Kanari waved to Prava before heading in. I began to do the same, but Prava put her hand on my shoulder. Arm, wait up a second. Khan... He was being really weird at the kiln today. Reckless and stupid. Yeah, he does that. No, I mean, he's not being careful like usual. He's being unsafe with the tools and around the fire. Worried he's going to hurt himself by accident. Prava, will you just talk to him a little bit? He'll be fine, I promise. That's how Kanari is. You know that. Please, Aram. He won't listen to me, of course. You live together. And, you know, you're both boys. Okay, okay. I'll talk to him, I promise. Okay. Thank you, Aram. Just want to make sure he's okay, you know? It's alright, I get it. Well, good night. I'll meet you two tomorrow morning, okay? Yeah. Good night. With that, she gave a small wave and walked down the street. I watched her go for a moment, quickly disappearing around a corner. This wasn't the first time Prava had asked me to talk to Kanari in her stead. It was always for similar reasons. And I decided, as usual, not to say anything. I had discovered early on it was best not to pry with Kanari. Prava is protective. She tends to overreact. Yeah, I'm sure there's definitely nothing wrong, and I will definitely not regret in the long run not speaking to him about this. Alright, I'm headed to bed. Sure. But first, let's have a little chat. Chat? Oh, yes. About? Don't play dumb. You and Sachita were out there for a few hours, right? I guess. I don't really remember. Anything happen? No. If something did, you'd be the first to know. Trust me. Well, did you at least try? Try what? Don't be an idiot. I'm not gonna just lean in and try to kiss her suddenly. God's light, I'm not telling you to just jump on her. You just set it up and, you know, ease into it. I know, Khan. I'm not that stupid. Really? You seem to think I'm completely hopeless around girls. Which you are. But believe it or not, I've known Sachita for a long time. And I know she feels the same way about me. Do you? It's just... What's holding you back? It's not the right time yet. Still an apprentice. That's what you always say. So here's what I think. Do what you want, but don't wait too long. What do you mean? She's not going anywhere. I read the lore about the love letter, 24. You might be right, but... You're one to talk, Khan. Huh? I'll tell Sachita how I feel as soon as you kiss Prava. What? That's completely different. I don't know. Really? It's not like that. Sure it's not. Hey, it's getting late. I'm going to bed. For real this time. Yeah, good night, Aram. Good night, Khan. I'm gonna go steal things from your room first. I guess not. Okay. I want to go in the superstructure, please. The megastructure. I want to go in it. 3,118. Was that really true? I nodded as if I understood. Voice came again from the front of the room. Last night a mother lost her life in childbirth. Her name was Samira. Her daughter was going to be named Sanvi. She didn't survive either. So now there are 3,118 people on the island. I nodded again, wondering why the baby hadn't lived. Do you see? This number is very, very important. All of us sat in the small room, brilliant amber light pouring through the open windows to our right. We knew not to respond, even when it seemed like a question. Our lecturer was speaking, so we were quiet. It worked better this way, and we all knew that. She paused and looked out at the room. Recall that when God created the world, he first made only the ocean. It was a lonely world. He was there, alone, surrounded by water. Try to imagine a place like that. The island, suddenly gone, leaving only an empty horizon in all directions. It was frightening. So I stopped thinking about it. It was lonely because God hadn't yet created his children. So next, he made our island. And eventually, he made us as well. She paused again. But God only made so many of us. Each was a very wise number. She let her words linger in the otherwise quiet air, thick with the smell of cooking fires somewhere nearby. What would happen if there were too many of us? This was a direct question. The girl towards the front stood, bowed, and spoke. We wouldn't have enough food. Our lecturer nodded, pleased with the answer. Only so much of our island can be farmed, she said. What would happen if we were too few? Because we would be lonely, I wanted to say. The boy next to me stood up. I knew his name. There wouldn't be enough of us to harvest the crops, he said, unsure. Our lecturer thought about it and shook her head. No, that's not right. Explain your reasoning. The boy seemed embarrassed, shuffling his feet and looking away from the front. I thought if there were fewer of us, we couldn't harvest and cook all the food before it spoiled. The lecturer nodded. See how you arrived at that answer, but no, we would simply grow less food in that case. The reason is that the fewer we are, the more likely that our children will die as infants. Huh? Oh, inbreeding. Ooh. I didn't understand again. God knew this too, and so he chose this number. There are enough of us so that our children can be born in good health, but not so many that the island couldn't support them. So somebody set this system up that these people could live here indefinitely, like these exact numbers. It sounds very scientific. As thanks to God for our island and our gifts, we carefully maintain this number. Think about this. All of you were born because we needed you. You came at the right time to take the place of another that came before you. Don't you see? Your lives are precious. And so, you cannot throw them away. Walking across the room, she pointed out a window. She pointed towards the great hill that... Oh, yes, there it is. That wrapped the island's northwestern edge. This is what I've come to speak of this evening. There is only one place on our island you may never go. At this, recognition flashed over the group. I knew what she was going to tell us. I'd known from a very young age. It's known as the Well, finally. If you go there, children, you will die. You will die, and in the process ruin God's careful plan for us. You remember nothing else from your days in general education. Remember this. The Well is a place of death, and nobody will come after you. Ooh. Yes. I think that's my earliest memory. I woke early the following day. Canary, as usual, was off to a slow start. Miraculously, the two of us made our way down the stairs and onto the brightly lit street after only a few minutes. Prava was there as promised, waiting for us, scribbling something down in her notebook. Good morning. Hey, how long have you been waiting? Not too long. That's good. Well, I like to wake up early. Unlike some in this household. I think she's talking about you, Aram. Yeah, sure. Well, we really should be heading out. You have to fire all those bowls from yesterday. Shit, yeah. That's gonna take so long. Sounds fun. Pray for me. Bye, Aram. Maybe we can all get together later tonight. I'll ask Sachi, too. Yeah, sounds like a good idea. Can I go in the well now? The wave Prava took Kanari's arm and left in the direction of the kiln. I waved back. Taking a deep breath, I started towards the armory. Another day of training and another day closer to my advancement. Thought about yesterday evening. Sitting under the tree with Sachi. My mind was fixated on it. Couldn't get her out of my head. Desire to advance had always been there. But it was burning now. Burning in my chest. Don't wait too long. That's what Kanari had said. I won't. I'll be there for you, Sachi. Very soon. It's not that I don't like all this stuff, but I sure would love some action. Not gonna lie. Began much the same as the previous day. My father was generally a man of little words. He gestured, the circle was formed, and we began to spar. Sajan was chosen again, along with a second apprentice I knew somewhat well. I gotta fight two of them now. When facing two opponents, you can change your target by pressing L or R1, okay. Different weapons have different effective ranges. Ah, armed sword is good at medium range, meaning it does less damage up close. Therefore, try switching your target to attack the further opponent to maximize damage. Huh. Okay. When faced with two opponents, you can change your target. Yes, I read that. My bad. Wait. Oh, okay. I see. But I walked towards him. Now he's the closer one. Advanced combat. Turn evasion. On your turn, you now have the option to evade forward or backwards like during defense. Evading in this manner costs less stamina than while on defense. Use it to give yourself better positioning or to back off and give yourself a chance to recover stamina. Okay. Yeah. Defeat both of them in combat. Okay. Hiya. Oops. 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 I'm getting my butt kicked. Ow! Ow! I'm suddenly very bad at this. Is this just me or is it quieter than before? They get so many turns! Ow! Okay, this is more manageable now. I don't really understand the distance thing because it changes when I target somebody else, but... Oh! Failed. I suck. Oh, it's just you left. Okay. Well, that's not quite fair, but... Oh, I'm gonna run myself out of stamina. Ow. It's okay, I can take it. Got him. That was a little cheap. Ashadar raised his hands, ready to call the next pair to the circle, but there came a slight voice from behind the group. Hi, wound bearer. Ashadar looked surprised. Standing at the edge of the circle was a courier. Boy, younger than me, perhaps. Yes? I've come with a message of summons for you, sir. It's a request from the Ishan. We'd like to see you presently. I see. At once? If it pleases you, sir. Very well. Students, please stretch and practice your forms while I apologize. This matter also concerns the apprentice Aram. Tofurky seems to be enjoying stream on the TV. Well, I'm glad Tofurky enjoys. He should come as well. Aram? Oh, they gave me a puzzled look. Are they gonna throw me in the well? That'd be cool. The boy carried word from the Ishan. They wanted to see me and my father and throw us in the well. I tried to recall the last time I'd spoken with the Ishan. It was the time I got thrown into the well. Kanari would remember. What is this about? I grew nervous that the uncertainty washed over me. The possibilities flooded my mind and it took a moment to recenter myself. I nodded slowly at father. He turned then to address the group. My son and I will step out for a short while. Keep active and await our return. Aram, let's go. Yes. Please follow me. Oh, my throat. We walked in silence down the streets. The messenger kept a few paces ahead of us, unspeaking. Eager for more information, I turned to speak to my father. Father, what have they called us for? He looked ahead, clearly searching for a reason himself. I don't know. The chamber of the Ishan was within the temple itself. We came quickly and climbed the steps under the bright midday sun. Please, go on ahead. They are expecting you. Thank you. It was a blessing. Likewise. The chamber of the Ishan was lit similarly to the temple itself. Light streamed in through the open ceiling, casting a square beam along the stone floors. The Ishan themselves sat obscured in shadow, the light unable to reach their seats. Ooh, spooky. So this was a room that I seldom visited. The uncertainty of the situation made my stomach feel light. Thought my father's words as he walked. I don't know. Maybe this was about the harvest. They wanted to talk to father about the food shortage. No, but why am I here as well? I felt my nerves grow. Father stood at my side. I looked at him for a moment, trying to gauge his expression. We literally are the same person. His face was neutral as always, but I could tell he was as uncertain as myself. The reason they'd requested me... Father bowed respectfully, and I quickly followed suit. Good day, Ashadar. It's a blessing to see you. Voice came from beyond the light. I trust you are well. How is Malia? Father smiled and gave a nod. She is well, as am I, Ashan. I recognized this voice to be Ashan Gia. He usually spoke first and often carried the opinion of the room. His voice was warm and decidedly aged, but it carried confidence and certainty. And Aram, you've grown since last we've seen you. I nodded, somewhat reassured by the pleasant tone of the conversation. Ashadar seemed to consider for a moment. Ishana, I'm afraid I still don't quite understand, he said. Another voice came from the left. No? We're here to discuss Aram's advancement, of course. This is Shan Niraj. My advancement? Father seemed as surprised as I. His advancement? He began. Forgive me, but it's scheduled for the end of this season, is it not? As my eyes adjusted to the light, I saw Shan Gia give a small smile. For others of his age, yes. But Aram is a special case, as your child. This I saw something come over Father's face. At first it was very subtle. Father was a gentle man, but composed... Ooh, he looks terrified. Well, composed so often that he appeared rather stern. It was rare to see emotion overtake him in any capacity, but he wore a face now of genuine and utter disbelief. Is this not early? He said slowly. I don't think so at all, Ashan Gia replied, smiling at me. You've heard wonderful things about Aram and his skill in wound-bearing. It will be to the island's great benefit if he becomes a journeyman and starts training in his concentration immediately. Forgive us for breaking courtesy, Ashadar, but you should have known there was a possibility we might move early given your position. Processed the words for a long moment, and everything else seemed to fade away. It was time already. My goal was within reach, so suddenly. I felt my nerves give way to raw excitement. I was advancing early. I looked to Father, expecting the proud look he wore yesterday as I defeated Sejan. His face was strained. Strained as if unable to follow a conversation of topics far beyond his understanding. I see, he said after a long moment. Well, I have recommended him for Temple Guard many times, as you know. Shanjia shook his head gently. Ashadar, you already know this decision cannot be made by yourself in this case. Ashadar's face lost more of its usual composure. Not Temple Guard? That left... Suddenly I was speaking. So then, peacekeeping or sentry? I said to the faceless figures ahead of me. Shanjia nodded at me. We assigned more than half the group to peacekeeping last year, so our choice was rather clear, he said thoughtfully. Sentry will be a perfect place for your talents, Aram. You should be very proud. What's the difference between a peacekeeper and a sentry? Felt my pulse race. I know the peacekeepers are like the police force. And the Temple Guard are specifically assigned to the maidens. So what do the sentries do? I'm guessing it's something to do with the well. I bowed deeply. I'm very honored, I said. Father's voice came suddenly. Please. Surely there's room for another in peacekeeping. Or Temple Guard. His voice was suddenly thin and frail. Hearing it was like submerging one's head into cold water. Something you are wholly unprepared for, no matter how trivial the idea seemed beforehand. Why does he sound so... Come now, Ashadar, said Ishan Niraj. This is where he's needed. Don't you trust the way of things? I know that you do. Father stood very still. After a long moment, he nodded and bowed his head. I do. Before I knew what was happening, Father and I were walking towards the base of the great hill. I realized then I was meant to begin immediately, and immediately meant now. Daylight was beginning to thin. He walked ahead and I followed. He was silent. I was similarly speechless. The shock of knowing I was advancing to journeyman early was still washing over me. However, Father's reaction wasn't what I was expecting. What do I want him to say? Congratulate me, at least? That's what I'd expected. This was a big day. Most important day of my life so far. Why won't he say anything? Our destination quickly drew near. Oh, wow. What do you know about the well? Well, I know only what they told us in General Ed, I guess. Tell me. Okay. It's a forbidden place. We're not supposed to enter. What else? And it's where our enemies live? That's true. What are they called? Ancestors? Our enemies are our ancestors? What? Oh, okay. That's pretty straightforward. Yes, and they wish us harm, always. This is a necessity of our obligation. Of the 3 concentrations a wound bearer can take, this is by far the most important. If I knew that this would be... I didn't realize there would be so little time to prepare you. What do you... I've always known Sentry was a possibility. I haven't seen one before. An ancestor, I mean. I've only heard them described. Yes, and you may never see one. But you are a Sentry now. This is your duty to the settlement. Right. I'm ready for anything. Where are we standing now? No ancestor may make it past this platform. You must destroy them before they get here. Under no circumstances may they be allowed to enter the settlement. Of course. I understand, Father. I'm ready, really. You've been preparing me all this time, right? I'd hoped... Never mind. Yeah, let's not actually give him any real advice. It's time to begin. I will now throw you to the wolves. Good luck. Hell yeah. Wait, do I get to heal first? With that, we entered the large passageway. I didn't know what to expect. I hadn't set foot here in a long time. Not since... Huh. I don't recall. Oh. What if I just leave? That's the wrong way. Okay, fine. Whatever. Fine. Have it your way. What if I go this... It's collapsed. We approached a group of 3 young men. They were sentries. Journeyman sentries. Older than myself, it seemed. They sat around what seemed like a fire pit, not presently lit. The first, a tall boy with short hair, stood and bowed to address Father. But they've got, like, helmets and stuff. Hello, sir. We were told to expect a 4th. This is Arum. He was scheduled to advance at the end of this season. However, it was decided he would begin training as sentry immediately. Oh, I see. Hello. I think maybe we've met before? Maybe. My name's Kian. The second boy stood and bowed similarly to the first. The third, appearing as the oldest, remained seated. Instead, he nodded in my direction. My name is Tala. It is a blessing to meet you. I look forward to serving with you, Arum. Likewise. This is Rayesha, by the way. Hey. The 3 began to converse quietly, and I turned back to look at Father. He stood very still, his gaze distant. I followed his eyes and properly considered my surroundings for the first time. It was there, perhaps 200 feet ahead of me. The great stone doorway. It was swung wide, far too heavy to move. Plainly carved with little detail. The entrance to the well. Something about it, the color and the materials of the door, felt wrong. It stood out from its surroundings, fundamentally. I felt the doorway watching me. I felt it begin to creep into me. From every corner of my gaze. So this was that place. A place we were never supposed to enter. Sometimes it was easy to forget that the well was there at all. It seldom came up, even in stories. Less so in daily conversation. Even so, we all knew. I'm here all the same, I suppose. Arum, I must take my leave. I understand. I'm prepared. You've given me everything I need. Arum, please listen to what they have to teach you. We'll talk more about this tonight. At this, Father wrapped his arms around me. He embraced me for a long moment. I was startled more than anything else. I couldn't recall the last time he'd hugged me. But before long, he was gone. Give me one last nod, he disappeared beyond the mouth of the entrance tunnel. Three returned to their seats around the empty fire pit. Tala, the middle in both height and stature of the other two sentries, waved me over. Took a seat by them. Well, I suppose we should go over the shifts. Right. I'm sure you know some of this already, Aram. Not really. I've heard about it from some of the journeymen, but, I think Father really wanted me to become a temple guard. He wouldn't tell me much about the sentries. Really? Well, no matter. I'll start from the top. Our job is, essentially, to watch the well at every hour of every day. But we need sleep too, of course. So we, the sentries, watch the well in shifts. Right. The three of us, well, four now, we watch the well from mid-afternoon to past sunset. Just watch? Yeah. It's the majority of what we do. Just sit and watch. But what about the ancestors? Honestly, they don't attack very often. Sometimes we go a year without seeing a single one. Even then, they show up half dead already. I see. But what if they do attack? Well, you're the youngest, so you stay behind and out of harm's way. Till you get a feel for how to handle them, that is. I couldn't do that. I'd be there at the front with you all. Don't worry, Aram. We won't think you're cowardly, or anything. That's just how it works when we train new sentries. Yeah. Don't sweat it. We all went through something similar. Alright then. I can do that. Something else you should know. It's part of your duty as a sentry. No? The well... There's a reason we are forbidden from entering. If you go into the well... I remember, I'll die. Without a doubt. Right. It's true. If for any reason one of us fell down there by mistake, we are not permitted to attempt any sort of rescue. That person is considered dead. They are dead. What? Why? It's just the way it is. Come now, we're wound bearers. Remember what they taught us, right? We have a fire inside ourselves. Our lives are important and we don't lose them. That won't ever happen. Don't be afraid. Okay, yeah. I get it. You don't need to worry about me. I won't get in the way. Of course not. I'm glad to have you, Aram. Three of us were getting pretty bored with each other. That much is for sure. Yeah, you can't imagine having to stare at Rayesh's face for hours on end each day. Yeah. Wait, what? Screw you. Like you're such a ray of light. Hearing you tell the same 3 goddamn stories over and over again? At least I have something interesting to talk about. Rayesh grew red in the face and he began shouting, the banter devolving quickly. Look, Tala, who was laughing at the childish display, couldn't help but laugh either. So this is how I would spend my days from now on. Here with these 3 under the evening sun. It's an odd feeling, all at once. Feeling of being where I'd always dreamed of being. Is this... really it? Thus, the day began to slip by. I don't recall how long it had been, but eventually we were sitting in a comfortable silence. True to their word, we simply rested and watched. At one point, the 3 attempted to give me tips on swordplay, but found themselves too lazy to demonstrate physically. Thus, the conversation came and went as the hours slid past. 4 of us sat around the fire, which had been lit now in the growing shadow of the evening. I was strangely lethargic. I'd expected to be exhausted, but instead I was relaxed. Something dawned on me just then. Glancing quickly at the looming doorway of the well, I turned to Tala with a question. Why haven't we closed it? Hey, the doorway. Can we not just close it? Yeah. I mean, sure, it's too heavy for one person to push, but like there's no way they haven't thought to like use pulleys or have like a whole team of people push it closed. Looks heavy, but with a dozen wound bearers maybe. Or oh, yeah, see, we can make some sort of boulder with archimancy and seal it up. I wanted the same on my first day. The Ashan insist we keep it open, actually. I suppose in the past they tried closing it. Apparently it doesn't deter the ancestors even a little. They just gather behind the door. All at once, dozens of them pushed their way through and very nearly made it to the settlement. Oh, okay. We lost a lot of wound bearers doing it that way. So if we keep it open, they come one at a time and we can pick them off easier. As far as we can tell, they don't coordinate their efforts at all. I see. That's smart. Hey, Aram. Yeah? Got a question as well. Why were you assigned so early? Yeah, I was wondering the same. Seems odd they picked just you to advance early, no? I'm not really sure why. It's not unheard of. Advancing early, I mean. At least when it comes to wound bearing. Ishan wanted to see me all of a sudden, and they decided, well, that I would become a sentry and start immediately. I guess they saw some serious potential or something. I'm expecting a lot with a story like that. I'll try not to disappoint. Hey, how long have you all known each other? Too long. Shut up. But he's right. Kian and I have been friends for a long time. Yeah, we met in General Ed. I'm sure you have a few friends like that, too. It's not hard to find common ground with somebody you're forced to see every day, right? Yeah, I know what you mean. I suppose I'm the odd one out in this group. I met Kian and Reyes about a year ago when I was assigned to the shift. Don't sell yourself short, Tala. You're a lot more interesting than Kian. What the hell? I know it doesn't seem like it, but I think we all get along pretty well. I guess. It's nice to have a new face. I'm sure you'll fit right in. Thanks, Kian. I appreciate it, really. I'm still, I'm just happy to finally be here, even if I'm not a journeyman yet. Thank you for your kindness so far. Of course. Conversation dwindled once more, and the four of us continued to pass the time resting. Tried to stay vigilant and keep myself seated in such a way that I could quickly get up and have my weapon in hand, but before long, I was leaning against the wall comfortably. Nearly grew drowsy when laughter pulled me from my daze. I came to and listened in. Kian and Reyes were sitting a few feet away, engaged in what seemed like a scandalous conversation. There's no way. I don't believe you. Kian's voice was emphatic. Well, it's true, Reyes replied confidently, leaning back and putting a hand behind his head. I don't need you to believe me because it happened. I feel like the Sentry should have more people. Yeah, I'm wondering about that. I'm wondering why there are so few sentries and why it is I was chosen all of a sudden. Bullshit, you kissed Nitya? Kian sounded incredulous. Reyes gave a sultry smile. More than that, young Kian. We've been meeting after my shifts for a few weeks. This isn't fair, groaned Kian, falling backwards in defeat. How is it that you can land a beautiful girl and I can't? You got the personality of a clay bowl. Because he's got a scraggly beard and a manly voice. What can I say? Women are simply drawn to me, Reyes said, his ego blinding. Reyes suddenly turned, shooting me a dirty grin. By the way, Aram. No. You got a girl, right? The question caught me completely and utterly off guard. My mind went immediately to Sachita. Her face flashed through my head as I thought about the question. Imagined her lips. No, not yet, I said, frantically thinking of a way to change the subject. Kian chimed in, though. No? Any girl you got your eye on? Maybe? I'm not sure, I replied, avoiding their gaze. Couldn't possibly tell them I'd had my eye on one girl for as long as I could remember. Never mind that the girl was Sachita, of all people. Fortunately, Tala broke in and saved me with a sharp remark. I'm sure he's asking because he's worried he has competition. Can't imagine Nitya is too committed to that relationship knowing Rayesh. At this, Kian erupted into laughter. I followed suit, happy to distract from my non-answer. We all laughed, Rayesh too. We laughed, and we laughed. Oh. Here it is. Those are not human fingers. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is so creepy. And then, Kian wasn't laughing. Oh my god. Long, black metal fingers slowly clasped around his face and neck. Pressing into his skin with razor-sharp ends, small streaks of blood began to seep through its long fingers. There was no sound for a moment. I simply watched, unable to understand what was happening. In a single moment, his body was lifted from the ground. Robots! He was held by... Oh my god, that thing's freaky looking. Something. A tall creature stood behind us on the grass. Its body was stark white. Its limbs were black like ink. Its jaw hung agape, filled with small rows of serrated razors. It made no noise. Kian began to struggle as the creature pressed its hands tighter around his neck and face. Screaming, Kian flailed his legs and arms wildly. His screams quickly became choked. There was a sharp sound and Kian let out a gasp. My face was warm suddenly. His body fell to the grass softly. Frozen, I watched. Oh my god. Kian's eyes were gone. Simply missing. One of his ears was gone as well, lying on the grass beside his head. His screams transformed into long, labored moans. Kian writhed around on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth, nose, and eyes. He was unable to speak or call out. Rayesh leapt to his feet. Standing, he held his blade tightly in one hand. Kian? Rayesh asked quietly, with the shock visibly washing over him like a cold fever. Kian! Suddenly he was shouting. I heard Tala's voice beside me, racked with panic. It moved so quietly. How did this happen? Tala leapt to his feet, his own spear now in hand. The creature tilted its head and began to advance, moving silently through the grass. It seemed to glide upon its slender limbs, clicking softly as the joints rotated. Rayesh still stood between the creature, Tala, and myself. His blade was outstretched, pointed ahead. Kian moaned softly on the ground. In the midst of it all, I sat and watched. My entire body shook and my stomach felt like ice water. What's happening? I tried to think about my training. What was my training again? When a person's injured, I'm supposed to... Tala! Rayesh called out and I heard quick footsteps move away from me. Tala ran right, his spear in hand, trying to flank the creature. It slowly turned its head, watching Tala approach. At that moment, Rayesh lunged forward. Bonk. His blade glinted in the evening light as it made an arc from head to toe. There was a sound of metal upon metal, and the creature recoiled as the blade connected with its head. Tala drew closer. But it reacted swiftly. One of its long arms shot out at Rayesh. Oh shit! It was a sickening sound. It ripped his arm off. Instantly, Rayesh's arm was gone from the elbow up. Blood poured from the wound, dripping from the hanging tendon and splintered bone. He collapsed, screaming. It was a dull thud. The arm landed by my feet. I'm supposed to treat the wound. I tried to come to my feet, but stumbled and fell. I can't look. There was a sound of metal striking metal once more. I heard another scream and the sounds of a struggle. Tore my head upward to see Tala's spear, stuck partially in the creature's narrow torso, fall to the ground. Oh. Tala was now held, its slender arms wrapped around his body. He struggled. The creature made as if to lift Tala off the ground. But suddenly it seemed to freeze. Tilted its head and made a low clicking noise. Oh god, creepy! Suddenly the creature began to shake erratically. Its limbs vibrated and its head rotated to an unnatural angle. But then its claws contracted. Digging into Tala's back, he cried out in pain. The creature still held him firmly. But it was dragging him towards the doorway. The great stone mouth of the well. I could barely lift my head to watch. I didn't want to look. Tala's face was pale and his limbs hung loosely at his side. The grass was streaked red as the tall creature pulled him further and further towards the doorway. He gave me a look then. Aram, he said softly. And then they were gone. Oh shit. ever was fucking dead. I was lying there still. In that spot where I'd sat by the fire, I hadn't moved an inch. I don't recall how much time had passed, but I stood. Rayesh? Are you... Rayesh? 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 Please say something. Oh, he's super dead. How about the other guy? It was... Kian? Kian? Will you say something? Okay, here's the question. Do I leave or do I go after him? Also, I haven't healed. I'm going to put this in my combat items slot. That seems important. I didn't realize I had to equip these things. Slightly increases maximum health. Sure. I'm going in! I stumbled across the grass. My sandals felt wet. Looked down and saw that my toes were red. Still, it hung open. Doorway to the well. That's where Tala is. He's taken. Maybe Tala's still alive? Maybe. If I go after him, I can save him? But if it's the well... The well... I know what I've been taught. I know what they told me. If I go into the well, I'll die. Nobody will rescue me. I'll die, and... My head felt hot, and my stomach felt light. I bent at the waist and was quietly sick. If I do this, am I gonna die? I won't see my family again. Anybody. So why shouldn't I just run away? I stood and looked at the doorway. I noticed then it was a staircase. Staircase. And went down. Down into the ground. I stepped forward. If I do this, I'll be throwing it away. My life. Everything I've worked for. What am I about to do? It's at the edge of the door. If I don't do this, I won't be able to live with myself. If I don't do this, I've been lying to myself. Rayesh and Kian, they're dead, and I did nothing. Otherwise, what have I been doing for 12 years? What am I about to do? I'll walk away, right now. Nobody will know what happened, besides me. I'll walk away, right now. Show my face to Sashida ever again. I gotta walk away. I'll walk away. Am I about to... I'm about to... My legs felt like they were moving on their own. I'm gonna try, Tala. I'm gonna try and save your life. And in the process, I'm gonna die. I can't move. What if I just leave? Never mind. Just kidding. I'm gonna fight that robot. Come and get it, Stinky. Oh, everything down here is like made of metal. Oh, there we go. Rest. We save. My dog is yelling. The staircase ended. Came to a large room. Ceiling was low. It was dark. Space was odd. Empty and wide. Yet it felt small. There was a faint light ahead of me. Saw a red trail. Just this way. Oh, this place is huge. Look at the background. There's like wires running everywhere. Blocking consecutive enemy attacks will sometimes allow armed to perform... Yeah, I noticed that, but I never got the hang of it. Blocking an enemy attack will fill the counter meter by a small amount, but perfect blocking will fill it in by a large amount. Okay, so that's what that green thing was. Once a meter is full, armor will immediately launch into a counterattack, usually interrupting the enemy's combo. This attack comes out quickly, but will allow you to get in extra damage without spending stamina, as well as deal maximum damage regardless of range. Blocking consecutive enemy attacks will sometimes... Okay, that's the... Yeah. Sometimes I forget that you gotta press the circle button. Entered a vast space. Vast. Oh my god. That is massive. Holy shit. The largest room I had ever seen. No wonder they call it the well. To both of my sides was a great drop, the bottom of which was so far away I couldn't see it. My breathing grew rapid, and I felt my hands begin to shake even more than they already were. This space so vast and unfamiliar. This will be the place where I die. It's ahead of me. Let's go get it. Come on, buddy, you've got this. For surezies. Oh my god, it has so many limbs. Hey! The creature stood motionless ahead. We were upon a great bridge. And there was Tala. She was lying face down, unmoving. The creature faced away from me. It seemed to perch over Tala's body. I stood and watched. My hands are shaking. I felt for my weapon. Father's words went through my head. I have to destroy it. Is Tala still alive? I took a step forward, and suddenly the creature turned to face me. No. This is an ancestor. It began to click softly. I realized then that its sleek white face bore a deep scar. Its torso was similarly marked by Tala's spear. So that's why it didn't already kill me. They damaged it. It may be enough. Enough that I may live through this. I raised my weapon, an apprentice's sword, and suddenly I was running forward. Okay, let's get him! Block! 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 Counter! Okay. Dodge backwards, get some distance, and attack. Block, block. Defend, get some stamina back. We block. Oh my god. I'm actually doing it. Holy shit. Dodge. Block. Block. Oh, I'm out of stamina. This is bad. Ow. I was out of stamina. Block. Oh, he's wailing on me. Dodge. Block. Up. I can't attack. Oh, wrong button. Oh my god. He is killing me. Bang on him. Ow! All of my confidence is gone. I am bleeding out. Bandage. Block. 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 Attack. I gotta back this guy off this corner. I missed it again. Oh, I'm out of stamina. Oh, I gotta time these better. Okay, get rid of the laceration. I'm out of stamina again. Oh, he missed. I'm really bad at the dodge timing. Okay. I think we can do this. He's almost gone. Yes! Counterattack! Oh my god. Whew, that was tense. I feel like the sound gets quieter in combat. I stood, breathing heavily. The weapon felt heavy in my hands. Is it dead? There's a sound then. Low and repetitive. Clicking? It's my heart. Oh, okay, that's better. No, it's... On unsteady feet, I stumbled forward to where Tala lay. I tried to say something, to speak his name. Tried, and nothing came. Bent to reach for him and fell to my knees. Placed both hands, now free, on his back. Sound returned and it rang in my ears. Grew louder. Tried to drag Tala inch by inch. Tried to drag him back towards the stairs. He was heavy and cold. Tala's dead already, isn't he? Sound grew deafening in my ears. I stopped and let my hands fall to my sides. I looked up. Looked up and for the first time truly considered the place I currently was. Oh, that's a really good picture. This is the well. Like a satiated hunger, the noise suddenly went away and left me in ringing silence. All that remained was the hollow quiet of the enormous space surrounding me. Like the sky above the settlement on a cloudless day, the ceiling stretched beyond sight. This place, it's below us? This place greater than the settlement by 1,000-fold merely from where I stood. This place from which the ancestors come. It's right below our feet. I felt my body begin to shake. I tried to reason with it. Understand what it all meant. How something like this was possible. How something so horrible sat beneath us. Can't be. Why is it here? What's its purpose? This is why I was chosen to become a sentry. To prevent anything in this place from crossing over into our peaceful island? I thought about it. Thought about my dreams of being a journeyman. I'll be a temple guard, confidently protecting the settlement under the warm sunlight. Be by Sachita's side when she needed me. But instead, I'm here. This old dream seems so childish now, faced with such monumental darkness. The overwhelming feeling grew, and I felt like lying down. However, out of the corner of my gaze, I noticed Tala's body stir. Slight, perhaps a shallow breath. Motion was enough to tear my eyes from the vast space above me and regain my attention once more. Is he a zombie? What was I doing? I had something I was doing. Tala? He's still alive. Gripping him tightly once more, I pulled with all my strength. Slowly, I pulled him towards the long staircase. He's alive! My memory of what happened next is fuzzy. Suddenly, I recall being in the courtyard at the settlement's edge. Oh shit, we made it out! The last of the light still kept in the sky. I heard voices, a cry of shock. And quickly, Father was there. I recall his arms around me, and then he was holding Tala. I recall being taken to the temple. I recall my mother's cries of fear. Her arms were around me too. Somebody tried to ask me something. Aram. Aram, can you hear me? I nodded. That's gotta be traumatizing. Sometime later, I sat very still and looked down at my hands. Mother was there too. She held me close. Aram. She spoke very softly. Aram, love. You need to go to sleep. Tried to say something in response. Bro cannot sleep after that nonsense. Nothing came out. I shook my head. Felt her shift, moving her hands on top of my own. She flinched, pulling away for a short instant. My hands were still as cold as ice. They were as cold as the well. Why don't we say a prayer? A prayer for the two we lost. I nodded. That day, the last day of my long apprenticeship and the first of my days as a journeyman, I fell fitfully into dreamless sleep while my mother whispered a quiet prayer. Prayer for two now dead I had met only a short few hours ago. My eyes grew heavy, the adrenaline finally subsided. Pictured the vast, quiet, empty darkness that lay beneath our feet. All the images now seared into my eyes and my memory of the previous day. Kian's body crumpled on the grass, stained a dark crimson red. Ryash, face down, lying next to the remains of his own arm. The one that I saw as I drifted towards unconsciousness was the overwhelming vastness of the space. It was in my head, it wouldn't go away. As if the well itself was calling to me. Began as a feeling of heat. Dry, smothering heat. This wasn't where I was supposed to be. Looked like my old classroom, but I knew it wasn't. Pale orange light streamed in. Felt hot on my skin. Throat was dry. Tried to stand, but a voice froze me in place. You're not going to run away, are you, Arum? Run away? But I didn't. I didn't run away. I went after Tala. I went into the well. That's not what I mean. Now that you've seen that place, do you intend to hide from it? Surely you won't be afraid to see it again. Again? Why would I? You did so well yesterday. You were so brave, Arum. I was? Oh, yes. And, of course, who could forget a sight like the one you saw? Yes. I can see it clear as day. I can't keep my thoughts away from how it looked. Of course you can't, Arum. Oh, creepy. I know you're curious. I know that you want to know more. Yes. So, I'll ask again. Are you going to run away? Oh, I'm going back. Oddly, I woke early the next morning. Wasn't tired or sore. Woke with a strange clarity of some kind. Head felt full last night. Full of sights and sounds. It was empty now. I began to think clearly. I'm in the temple? They brought me here and not to the hospice? Yeah, of course. The Ishan will want to know what happened. Was he the one who was talking to me in my sleep? Telling me to go back? They need me to find something down there, don't they? I'm the only one left alive. No, Mom said 2 last night. Only 2 had died. So he survived then. Tala. Wait. The Ishan will want to know what happened. How is it that Tala was spared? And what my part in it was. Suddenly I felt fear flicker through my body. I'd forgotten. I broke a cardinal rule. I went into the well after Tala. I went into the one place we're forbidden to go. They warned me not to. What will they do if they find out? What if Tala already told them? I need to find him and make sure. I need to silence him. It's early. I don't hear anybody else outside. Should be able to sneak out of this room and look around. Must be somewhere close by. Oh, it's getting good. I don't know how much longer this goes, honestly. I'd heard that this is just the first chapter. It may be a long first chapter. I may not actually get through all of it this one stream. Wrong way? Okay. Uppus? Yes. Peeking through the doorway, I finally caught sight of Tala. He was sitting on his makeshift bed, looking out the window. Remembering the blood, I expected his injuries to be severe, but he seemed in relatively good shape, with only a few bandages wrapped around his chest. Noticing my presence, his eyes widened. Aram? What? Aram, I'm really happy to see you. Tala? I was afraid that... I thought you'd... How are you feeling? Huh? Honestly, I'm feeling okay. But never mind that. What happened yesterday... I don't remember all of it. But I do remember that you saved my life, Aram. You saved my life, and you could have just run away. I thought about it, honestly. But for some reason, I just couldn't do it. I understand. If I were in your place, I don't know if I would have made the same decision. But you did, and I'm eternally grateful. I had a good feeling about you. I knew I wasn't wrong to think that. Tala, Kian, and Rayesh, I know. At least, they're together now, in the sky. This never should have happened. What do you mean? An ancestor like that... I've never seen one so big. So big and undamaged. Yeah, that was the other thing. They said by the time the ancestors got to the entrance of the well, they were mostly dead. Like something had been attacking them. So there was either like some sort of guardian or I don't know, trap that was damaging them on their way out. And of all the days, it appeared on your first day with us. I don't understand it either. But listen, Tala. I have something to ask you. I think I already know. Don't worry, Aram. I won't tell anybody what you did to save me. It's the very least I can do. I won't tell them you and I went down there. The facility's security has finally fallen. Ooh. Yeah, probably. Really? Thank you, Tala. Of course. I should probably return. I imagine the Ashan will want to question me soon. Right. Rest well. We'll speak soon, Aram. Began to walk out the door, wanting to return to my room before they found me seemingly missing. Just then I stopped. Suddenly, in the back of my mind, there was a question. It was a request, something I desperately wanted to ask Tala. It seemed illogical, insane even. Yet, somehow, the thought of the well returned. A desire to make sense of what I'd seen. Empty darkness beneath our island of blessings came out suddenly. Tala, yesterday, in that place, in the well, didn't it make you wonder? Wonder? Aram, what are you talking about? It was so vast and empty. Why? Why is it there? I don't know. And I don't need to know. It doesn't matter. Listen, Tala, don't you want to know more? How such a horrible thing could be beneath us? Where is it that the ancestors come from? No. I know everything I need to know about the ancestors. They killed 2 of my friends. I know, but I want to know more. Aram. Sorry, I should get back. I think the Ashan will want to speak with me soon. Okay. Oh. After leaving Tala's room, I returned to my own, feeling somewhat relieved. Tala was the only other person who knew what happened. So the true events of yesterday were a secret for now. But once I stood before the Ashan, would they remain that way? A short time passed as I rested, and eventually I was stirred by a messenger entering my room. Bowing and asking me to follow, we walked a short distance to the chamber of the Ashan. For the second time in only a day, I was walking into this dimly lit room, unsure of what was to come. As I entered, I noticed my father standing to my left. Anxious and uncertain of what was to come, I turned my head instinctively to look at him. For as long as I could remember, I looked at my father when I was afraid. Calm and collected as always, his presence was reassuring. Yet, as I turned to face him, the expression on his face was a fear that dwarfed my own. There were bags under his eyes, and the lines of his face were creased with worry. As soon as I came to a stop, the Ashan began to speak. It was the Shanjia first. Arum, 2 journeyman sentries have been killed. The 3rd was dragged from the garden, unconscious and with many injuries. By you, Arum. Paused and let the words wash over the spacious room. This can only be the result of an ancestor attack. Arum, please tell us. What happened? Stood in silence for a short moment, trying to decide how to describe exactly what had happened. What could I even say? How could I describe my cowardice? Sitting there, doing nothing as the ancestor killed Kian and Rayesh. I managed. It's as you said. An ancestor appeared suddenly, it moved silently, and Kian and Rayesh, I stopped, unable to put into words the horrible forms their bodies made lying on the grass. The brief silence, my father interrupted, his voice severe. Please, Ashana, why must we be forced to speak of these things? We already know that an ancestor is responsible for the death of 2 children of the island. Shanjia raised his hand to call for silence. Ashana, please, he said firmly. We understand the fear that you feel for your son. But Arum has done something remarkable, don't you see? Even in the face of such horrors, allow him to speak. Father opened his mouth as if to say something more, but quickly closed it, casting his eyes downward. Started again. Suddenly, it was holding Tala, tightly with its hands. And then I stopped. And then what? I can't tell the truth. I can't. So then, I'm gonna lie? I'm gonna lie to the Ashan. Even 1 day ago, I don't think I could have even entertained such an idea. But now? Took a short breath. It turned away for a short moment, and that's when I made my move. Kian and Rayesh had already damaged it. They died, so I could have a chance to win. So, I attacked. And it ran away, back into the well. Stopping abruptly, I lowered my head, the thought of my lie now out in the open filling me with dread. The room was silent for a brief moment. Shanjia broke the silence. Arum, please, he said. Raise your head. Your actions yesterday were nothing but brave. You did your duty to the settlement and fulfilled your obligation as a wound-bearer. In the process of defending us from the ancestor threat, you managed to save the sacred life of a fellow child of the sun. Shocked at his words, I slowly raised my head as instructed. You must realize, Arum, you are not to blame for the death of Kian and Rayesh. Is that really true? I nodded very slowly. No, Shanjia said. It is clear that you have been blessed, Arum. God has given you his blessing, and for that reason you prevailed. A chorus of agreement rang out from the other Ashan. Uh-oh. I see now that we were not wrong to give you the role of sentry, nor begin your time as a journeyman early. They know something. The Ashan know something that they are not sharing. They must have known that thing was coming. They didn't even question my words. They believe what I said. I suppose it's not entirely false. What happens now? My father spoke out once again. I don't understand. Arm is to return to his post a sentry? Even having scarcely survived such horror? Elder Gia smiled then, genuinely. Of course, Eshadon. Look at what your son has already done for our island in such a short time, he said proudly. He's blessed by God. My father said nothing in return, looking at me in shock before turning away for the last time. But of course, you may take as much time as you need to recover physically and mentally before you return. They could have something to do with that thing making it out unharmed. Maybe so. I think you might be onto something with the facility's security, though. That makes a lot of sense, but they definitely know something. Maybe there's, like, security cameras or something that can see down there, and they have access to it and have been watching this whole time, and they're like, alright, we've got one scrabbling around down there, let's put this guy's kid. I don't know what's so special about Arm in specific, but lots of questions. Please send a messenger to us when you are ready. Found myself at a loss for words. After a pause, I gave a weak bow and tried to respond. Thank you, I said quietly. I'll need a short while to think things through. Shanjia nodded. Of course. Thus, the meeting ended. My father bowed and left rapidly without so much as a word or a look in my direction. He'd been acting so strangely ever since our meeting with the Ashan yesterday. Even now, why won't he say anything to me? The security camera thing actually makes sense, because it seems like the Ashan know I went down there, and are happy with that fact. That's my theory anyways, is that they're not fooled by this. They're like, okay, yeah, we know you went down there, and we intended for you to get pulled down there, maybe. I don't know. It seemed like the robot, like, why did it drag him down there and then stop? Why was it, like, they never mentioned the robots or the ancestors pulling people down there before, kidnapping people, just killing people, right? Like, his actions seem too coordinated. I want him to explain this to me. Tell me that everything will be okay. What's happening? That question, along with many others, swirled in my head as I returned to my temporary room. I stepped into the hallway, rubbing my eyes, and saw two familiar faces. It was Sachita and my mother, conversing quietly near the doorway. My heart dropped. How much did Sachita know about what happened? Sachita noticed me first, and immediately her eyes widened in shock. Aram! She called out, running forward and stopping just short of me. She put out her arms as if to embrace me, but stopped and quickly pulled them back. Oh. As much as I could tell that she wanted to, touching a man or woman who wasn't also a Sunlight Maiden was publicly forbidden. Aram, she said, her voice choking. She sounded as though she was holding back tears. I heard that something happened, and I just... She shook her head emphatically. I thought maybe you were hurt, Aram. My mother came up behind us, slowly. She put her hand on Sachita's shoulder. It seemed my mother hadn't told Sachita very much. I'm okay, Sachi. I'm not hurt at all. That's not true. I was at half health earlier. How are you feeling today, my love? I'm doing fine, Mom. Really? You're really not hurt? I'm okay. You didn't need to worry. Thank God. I was so afraid, Aram. Something might have happened to you. I don't know what I would do. Sachi, really. I'm fine. I was doing my duty to the settlement. That's all. But... Sachita, love. Plus what you mentioned earlier about everything is so tightly controlled, as if it's a test or an experiment. Yeah. Like, my thought process was originally that the settlement was built just for mankind to continue, and that's why it was so tightly controlled. But it could be that this is just some sort of experiment. You know? After the end of the world kind of thing. Fallout Vault style. I feel like there's a little more to it than that, probably. But there's lots of things we still don't understand yet. Why don't you let him rest for now? Oh, I'm sorry. You must be exhausted. Only a little. Of course. Take your time. I'll come and find you really soon, okay? Sure, Sachi. Oh, and Mom? Did you see where Dad went? I'm not sure. I see. He won't speak to me at all. been acting strangely. I wouldn't worry, dear. He's been under a lot of stress this past day. It's a lot for a father when his son finally advances, no? And of course, he was worried about you too. Alright. I'll see you soon, Mom. You too, Sachi. Mm-hmm. Dude, this game is so good. What the hell? I mean, it took a while to get going, but once it did, it really got going. I returned to my temporary room and sat. I sat putting my head on my knees thinking, what am I going to do now? The Ishan told me I was blessed. They praised me for what I did. How could a person who saw what I saw be blessed? My conversation with Sushida just now. Even from what little she heard, she was afraid for me. For my life. I can't have that. I can't have her be afraid for me. Never again. This isn't how it's supposed to go. No, this is the opposite of how it was supposed to go. I need to show her that I'm strong, that I won't back down from anything. At the same time, I can't get the image of that place out of my head. The well. Why is it there? Why do the ancestors emerge and terrorize us? After being there wrapped in its dark emptiness, how could somebody walk away and forget having seen that? Then, it's obvious what I need to do now. I'll go back to work right away. Tonight, no matter what anyone says, before I have to face anyone else, not Kanari or Prava, I'll complete a full shift of sentry before I show my face to them again. I'll go back and make sense of this. Maybe that's why my father's so distant. He doesn't think I can handle it, after what happened. The dad has to know something too. Yeah, for sure. The dad he seems like disappointed in us. Which, I thought he'd be more like afraid, but he seems like disappointed or disgusted. Should find a messenger and tell the Ishan that I'm ready. Sitting up, I scan the room. However, out of the corner of my eye, I notice a pile of items on the floor to my left. What are those? Free stuff! Wound kit. Oh, these are wound kits. Took one from the pile and held it with both hands. It was an object I was well accustomed to, recalling my medical training. It was the sort of thing all journeyman wound bearers carried alongside them in case of emergency. Sort of emergency I'd been in yesterday. Suppose they hadn't thought to give me one yet. Been my first day after all. I'm gonna need one now. I should go find a messenger and tell them I'm ready to return. ARM will frequently come across items or equipment that can be proved useful. You can access your inventory at any time. Selected equipment. ARM's inventory is divided into two categories, loadout and equipment. The loadout tab lets you change his weapons and combat items, while the equipment tab lets you change his clothing and accessories. The wound kit you just obtained, as well as any consumable items, are under your loadout tab. Dude, I've been playing this game for like 3 hours now, and there's still more, and this is supposed to be just the first chapter. Can I take more wound kits, maybe? Please? No? Okay. Worth a shot. It's got 3 charges on it, it looks like. And it restores 40 health. Well, I used all my combat items in that last fight, so... Also, do I have my ring on still? I'm assuming so. Yes. I quickly found a messenger and told them what I wanted to do. He was surprised, but passed my message along, insisting I rest at the temple at least until my shift began. I agreed, managed to get some sleep as the sun slowly dipped below the horizon. Before long, the streets were quiet as evening fell across the island, and I made my way to the garden. Just before my departure, the messenger appeared once more to inform me that Tala similarly volunteered to return that same evening. I'm starting to lose my voice. I was somewhat surprised to hear this, given his injuries. Apparently, he had insisted when he heard what I was doing. As I walked the emptying streets, I wondered what Kanari and Prava were up to. Had they heard anything? They'd still be at work around now. Before long, I entered the long tunnel. Entering the garden in the evening light, there was Tala. Still adorned in bandages, he leaned nervously against a pillar. Oh, it was a third guy. He'd left before me, it seemed. Alongside him were 2 journeyman sentries. Oh, there's 3 of them. Replacements. Replacements for Kian and Rayesh. Hi guys, I'm going in the well. Don't ask. Oh. Your friend here was just talking about you. Aram, then. You were there during the attack yesterday. I was. Tala was there too. We lost 2. But Aram and I made it back. I see. I'm sorry to hear that. God bless them. You 2 are here so soon, come to think of it. Tala, was it? You don't look too good. Are you sure you're ready to be back? I'm fine. I look worse than I feel. In any case, I suppose we'll be on the same shift starting today. Right. I guess we should, I don't know if they briefed you already, but we have some new orders from the Ashan. New orders? Yeah. They said that during the attack, the ancestors managed to sneak up on you 4. It was silent, and so you didn't see it coming. That's true. They're never that quiet. Right, so they want to split us up and have half watch the entrance much closer. And have the other half hang back as support. Much closer? Oh, they're giving me an opportunity to go in the well! How much closer? They said 2 of us should stand in the doorway and be able to look down that staircase. Oh my god. God, this light. That's nearly inside the well itself. I know. I'm not eager to get that close myself. I'll do it! So, I suppose we should cast lots to see who should do it. I had silently been watching the well carefully throughout the entire conversation. Expecting to be uneasy around it so shortly after what had happened, I was oddly calm. They want us to get closer? Once again, the image of the vast darkness returned to me. That space that stretched on for miles in all directions. The ringing quiet of the well. Maybe if I'm the one that watches from the mouth of the entrance, if I get closer, I'll be able to make sense of it. That's why I'm here tonight, after all. I'm here to prove that I'm not afraid of this. I just need answers. Without another thought, I opened my mouth. I'll do it. I volunteer. What? Really? Are you sure? Yeah, that doesn't seem fair. No, it's really alright. I want to do it. To, make up for what happened yesterday. I see. Good cover, dude. But wasn't yesterday your first day as a sentry? We couldn't possibly... It was, but I can handle it. I'll say this. Heard a couple rumors that you did something pretty brave yesterday, Aram. And if you want to volunteer, I'll support it. Fair enough, I guess. If you really want to. I volunteer as well. I'll go with him. Tala. You too? Very well. That makes things easy. Having decided, the 2 sentries took their seats around the fire pit. The very same where Tala, Rayesh, Kian, and myself had sat not 24 hours ago. I wonder if the blood's still fresh. Tala and I made our way slowly towards the towering doorway. How casually we now passed through it. This place where our enemies lived. As we grew closer, I realized how dark the waning sunlight made the entrance from outside. Unless you were standing nearly in front of it, the shadows acted as a shroud obscuring everything inside. This is perfect. At last, Tala and I entered and came to a stop several feet inside. Yeah, they're gonna yell out like, "Hey, you guys want to swap so you can go take a piss?" And then they'll hear nothing back. They'll be like, "Oh, damn it. They're dead." Tala, why did you come with me? You're actually hurt. You didn't need to come back to work so soon. Why? Aram, you know why. Returning to work so shortly after what happened, volunteering to stand watch here, of all places. I'm afraid you're gonna do something stupid. Listen, Tala, I fully intend to do something incredibly stupid. But I did that yesterday, and it all turned out just fine. What happened yesterday, I can't get it out of my head. I feel like I need to know more. I have to know more. Aram, what are you planning? What are you gonna do? I thought about it. Why am I back here? Why did I volunteer for this? Just for my ego? Just for Sashida? So I could face Kanari and Prava? It wasn't just that. It's also because of that ringing in my ears. It's because of those images in my mind as I fell asleep. It's because somehow the well was calling to me. I spoke. I'm going back down. What? Are you serious? Tala, I need you to do me a favor. Aram! You can't possibly... Please, Tala. Just listen for a moment. Only one time. I need you to cover for me just once. Aram, listen to yourself. You and I barely survived yesterday. Going down there, seeing those things. We shouldn't be alive after doing something like that. I don't even want to be this close. Please, I can't explain why I need to do this. I need answers. And I'm going back no matter what anybody says. Look, you said you want to make up for yesterday. If you feel like you owe something to Kiana and Rayesh, Aram, this won't help anything. It hurts knowing they're gone, I know. But you have to try and move on. That's what I'm doing. He doesn't even have any supplies. I got some ink and paper. And some thread. That's not what this is about. It's not why I want to do this. Aram... I don't like this at all. But you saved my life. I owe you for that. I'll owe you for the rest of my life. So, if this is something that you have to do, then fine. I'll cover for you just this once. Really? Thank you, Tala. Thank you. But I have a condition. You need to promise me that you'll be back in 2 hours or less. And if you see any ancestors, that you'll run away. Don't try to fight them. Run away and come back. Okay. I promise. This really is a terrible, terrible idea. I know. With that, I descended the dark stairway, all the way to the bottom. The trail of blood had just barely faded. Ahead of me was the room with the low ceiling, the true entrance to the well. It's time to go. Oh, let's do it! Oh, I can level up! Memory iron needed. Memory iron. Oh, that's my money down there. Let me get more energy before anything else. Energy and strength and vitality and resistance. I can get all of them. Do it. Ah, I'm level 5. Oh, this is kind of Souls-like here. Memory iron. That's an interesting name. Do I have anything else I should equip? Nope. This is so cool! I don't know how much longer my voice will hold out, though. I may have to come back to this game. I love stuff like this. A starving colony. Exploring the well, Arm will often be forced to confront the ancestors that lurk in the quiet darkness of the well. Touching an ancestor will initiate a battle, pulling in any nearby ancestors as well. However, you wish to avoid a fight, you can try dodging past them with square. Okay, outside of combat, you can press X to attack freely, striking an enemy with with an out of combat attack will give Arm a free hit and allow him to take his turn first. Try to initiate combat in your own terms for an advantage, but be warned that attacking outside of combat still costs stamina. Battles take place in the combat zone. The edges of the zone are marked with the white borders. Going past these will allow Arm to disengage and escape combat. Whoever escaping combat early will heal any damage dealt to enemies, so try to avoid getting pushed out while on the defense. Got it. Finally, be on the lookout for campsites. Resting at a campsite will heal Arm's health and clear any status effects. While resting at a campfire, you can save and spend memory iron to level up. Got it. So here's another campsite. What's that thing at the top there? Is that a timer? Oh, it's a mini-map. Ooh, look at these things. Spooky. That one up there looks like a dog. What if I go down instead? Oh, it's even worse down here. Dodge! You're bad. Perfect metal! I can upgrade my sword now if I survive. Yeah. Yeah. I'm too good at this. Uh-oh. Oh, he got me. Ow. Okay. Smack. Smack. Let's finish him off. Block. Block. This one's weaker. I swung too soon. I don't really understand how the distance thing works still. I still gotta figure that out. This is so cool, dude. I love that there's so much story behind all this. Derelict prayer stone. It's shaped and decoration to remind you of prayer stones. Small blessed stones, popular tradition of the past. Perfect hits deal extra damage. Sure. Loot. Ancestor component. Oh, am I going to start crafting stuff out of ancestors? A piece taken from the remains of an ancestor may be salvaged for a bit of memory iron. Equip. Why can't I equip it? Why is it a combat item? Wait, no animals on the island, and these machines look like animals. Oh, that's true. I didn't think of that. I think these are maybe just for memory iron. So memory iron is what these machines are made of, too, then. And I'm using it to strengthen myself somehow. Stoneware short sword. Is that... Oh, it's a weapon. 2 to 10, short range, light, knockback weak, stamina. It's got lower stamina cost. I think I like the short range one just because it makes more sense to me. Because I can't kind of figure out how to do the medium range thing. So I think I'm going to use this. Oh, I can equip a secondary, actually. I don't know how to switch between them, but cool. I like this paper doll they've got going on here, too. This is a really fascinating game. Secondary weapon. Any found weapons can be utilized in combat. You have 2 different weapons equipped at different times. Choose which weapon to equip by finding them in your inventory, pressing equip. Loadout menu, blah, blah, blah. Okay. R2, R2. That be performed counters with. Got it. Recall that weapons have different effective ranges. Choosing 2 weapons with different effective ranges will allow Arm to deal higher damage in more situations. Experiment with different weapons to find a loadout that suits you best. Do I want to fight those things up there? Oh, there's a chest up there. I wonder if I can get it without fighting these guys. Probably not, but I'm going to try. Oh, he got me. Never mind. Oops. Oh, that was a directional attack? Uh-oh. Ow. I forget how to switch targets. I'm getting the shit kicked out of me. I guess since he's on the ground, it's all downward strokes. I was at medium range there. I should have switched weapons. Okay, now I get it. Finish him off. Block. Oh, I'm bleeding. Okay, switch. Oh, you gotta be quick. Oh, bad. I am gonna die. I died. Oh. Okay. All of my memory iron's gone. Okay, it is Souls-like. I understand. Do I still have my weapons? Yes. Dodge. 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 I fucked it up. Counter. Block. Block. Attack. Okay, I'm getting way better at this very quickly. There we go. No damage that time. Not too shabby. And that bleed goes away. So I should have held on to that component until I was ready for it. And I should start this fight on my own terms. That scraggly guy is the dangerous one. Oh, wrong button. Oh, wrong direction. Oh my god. Oh, I did it. Ancestor Shard. Stone Key. Ooh. Tiny amount of memory iron. Great. I'm guessing they all come back if I leave. But that might be worth it just to level up. It really did take a while for the game to kind of get started. Miss me. Okay. I don't find myself running out of energy anymore, really. I'd like more vitality and strength. Yeah. Let's see what's over here. I wonder if these connect. Can't get me. Got him. I gotta be quicker about switching weapons. Ow. Ow. I really like this back and forth with combat. It feels good. And the music is fantastic in this game. There's a shiny over there. I missed. I missed again. Oh, there's a shiny over there too. I want that shiny. Gotta wait for my bleed to kind of wear off. Nice. Easy peasy. I'm wondering what it is about this place that, like, why the robots, right? Oh, dodged it. I don't have to fight you, idiot. Bait him? Bait him? Hell yeah. Something about this game scratches an itch. You know? Should have enough to level up again. Yeah. How much do I need for the next level? I've got a couple of those shards in my inventory. There we go. Looking good. I'm strong now. No touchy. Dodge. You're bad. Oh. Well, well, well. I already looted up there. Okay. Ow! Okay. We got this. Easy. Ow! Ow! Fracture. Oh, I keep forgetting to dodge. It seems like there is a distance thing where you can get far enough away that they can't hit you. This place definitely seems like it was meant for habitation. It did say that it was called the Starving Colony, right? It's massive, though. Where am I supposed to go from here? Can I see the map? Perhaps? Map apps? Roll cost 31. Oh, that's probably because of the weight of my equipment. Stone key. Maybe that's what I was supposed to find down here. Oh, shit. Oh, dodged. Got him. So you can kind of farm these guys for metal, too. And I guess that's a... Like, am I supposed to go back now? And I got the key? And be like, hey, look what I found. I found a key. What'd I do with it? I didn't see a locked door anywhere. And he did say I was only supposed to be gone for 2 hours. But I kind of feels like I found the end of that dungeon there. Let me save real quick. No, I'm here now. I won't go back to Tala until I make sense of this place. That could be a while, my guy. And I'm kind of confused as well. Where do I go now, then? I want to save some of my memory iron to upgrade my weapons later. This place is freaking giant. Maybe down here? Well, this is a dead end. Can't touch this. Down it. Bait him. Bait him. Ow. This is a really bad position. I need to defend. Get some stamina back. Ah, I didn't switch targets. Oh, I got this. Dunzo. 0 damage. Your laceration means nothing to me. But I'm gonna sit here and wait for it to go away anyways. Because I'm scared. Greatly reduces fracture buildup. I should probably put that in my combat items. Whoa. Okay. It's got to be over here then. Wasn't this a dead end though? Yeah, this is another dead end. Gotta be upstairs then somewhere. I must have missed something. Maybe I came down here for the key, go back upstairs, and there's a door or something I missed. Can I level up again, by the way? Yes. Yes, I can. I don't need resistance, I just don't get hit. That's all. Oh, I need to go up. No touchy. Okay, get some stamina back. The switch between combat and exploration is really fluid, I gotta say. It's simple, but really satisfying. Oh, dear. I don't know why I insist on being on this side of them, but... So there's you in here. This is where I got the key, I think. Oh, I haven't gone this way yet. Oh, doggy. Got him. I'm just too good. Why did I... What's the point of coming in here? Probably a trap. Ow. See if I can get through this guy before the other one gets over here. Oh, wrong button. Ah, wrong direction. Ow! I'm about to die. Not if I get him first! This also feels a bit, inspired by Diluvian. Diluvian? I have actually never heard of that before. Do I have any way to heal myself when I am in... Wait. This. Use. Oh, yes. What's Diluvian? Because I probably want to watch/read it, or play it, or whatever it is. Because I love this kind of stuff. Nice. Getting good at this. Another campsite. I should probably level up my resistance because I'm getting thrashed. Ooh, here's what the key goes to. That's a game the devs abandoned. It's finished, but there are some things that were never fixed. What's it about? What kind of game is it? Oh, a big tablet. Along the stone walkway, there were many stone tablets. All of them were much larger than myself, and broken. All but the last. Something on its surface caught my attention. Something that stood out from the pale, lifeless stone that surrounded it. Something familiar and human. It was writing. Suddenly I was standing directly in front of it. Post the trailer in Discord. Word. I looked closely. The characters were odd somehow. They differed slightly from the ones I knew. Some were warped, while others seemed to have extra strokes. But still, despite the odd characters and many unfamiliar words, I could make it out. I began to read. This is a eulogy. This is also the last will and testament of thousands of humans. Thousands who have already died. The many thousands who lasted this long. Living on a fourth of a ration every 2 days. Wow. It's unclear at what point this community became an abject failure. We're certain, however, that it was caused by our meddling with the process of agriculture. The rendering of our fields infertile, and the famine that it brought. We have only one course of action now. That's why I've been asked to leave this message. In this place, that will surely be devoid of light and also of sound by the time it is discovered, long from now in some uncertain future. I was asked to write because of our small hope. For whoever now reads this message, know that we have gone away from this lifeless place, towards a better future. A place without hunger, hurt, and worry. A place where we can live and raise our children under the sky. If you're reading this now, you've gone to that place. The inscription ended. Wait, so... did the people that built this place live on the surface originally, and then they got so numerous that they couldn't support everyone? My head was spinning. Mine too. I looked around me. The towering structures, the bridges. There were people here. It made sense to me suddenly. The uneasy feeling I had wandering in the abandoned rooms. It looked just like our houses back in the settlement. Oh. So that's it then. There were people here, just like us. And then... Just like us, they had a famine. And thousands died. Thought about that number. Thought about what it meant, and my stomach dropped. That's more people than the island's total population. Are we all gonna starve? I crouched down, needing to take deep breaths. No. The inscription said... It said that they left. They left this place. And went somewhere better. Somewhere where there was plenty of food to go around. Somewhere else. Maybe this is why I need to come back here. Maybe this is why I couldn't get it out of my head. God was sending me a message. Telling me to find this inscription. To warn me. Maybe I am blessed. But if I was meant to find this, what am I supposed to do? Is there really somewhere out there? Somewhere beyond the shores of the island? Somewhere we could go? A place without famine? And without ancestors? If our lives were like that, maybe they wouldn't even be... Maybe they would even be kinder to Suchita. I wanted answers, but now all I have is more questions. There's too many unknowns. Where is this better place? How did they get there? Surely somewhere within this sprawling labyrinth, somewhere within the darkness of the well, the answer is there. There's a trace of those people and where they went. Yes. I know what I need to do. Oh! Despite the furious beating of my heart and the unanswered questions that now dilute my head like floodwater, despite the lifeless place in which I found myself so achingly far from the warm sun above, in that moment my course of action was clearer than anything in my life had ever been. It was more like, I thought that as soon as I became a journeyman I would know what I needed to do. What I needed to do to improve the lives of my family and friends. How I would protect Suchita from all who would scorn and despise her, but then, suddenly, I was one. And in only a day I found myself frozen like a witless child watching as an ancestor murdered 2 people in front of my eyes. Not much longer after that I found myself wandering in the empty darkness of the well. The one place I'd been told to stay away from for my entire life. Still, then, I was uncertain why it was that I was here. Why it was that such a horrible thing could exist, but now it's clicked. Now it all makes sense. God must be watching me. God must be guiding me. This is my true obligation. This is how I'll do my part. I'll guide them. Everyone on the island. I'll guide them to a better world. A world without hunger and hurt. The world Mom, Dad, Khan, Prava, and Suchita all deserve. It's the last thing I do. I'll escape this lifeless place. I think it's been nearly 2 hours. I need to get back. Wait, I wanna... Aw. I wanted to try and see what I could read of the other inscriptions. Oh! That was cheap. You turd. Oops, I didn't switch weapons. Okay, we're getting out of this. Ow! Aha! You fool! I've escaped. Hiya! Wait! Ow! Ah, laceration. No touchy! No touchy! Ow. Nope. No touchy. No touchy allowed. Made it. I'm the best. And I'm returning weirdly stronger. Don't ask too many questions about all of the machine parts I'm carrying. As I came to the doorway before the staircase leading to the surface, I stopped to consider. If I'm going to figure out where those people went, I'm going to need more time down here. I need to keep coming back. That's it. I'll use my shifts at the garden to cover as a cover to keep exploring. Tal will be okay with it. He'll understand that I'm doing it to help everybody. He has to. God. You're back. I'm fine. There's nothing down there. I didn't see any ancestors. Really? None? None. But I did find writing. Writing? Yeah, it was kind of like ours. The words were different, but I think that there were people down there. Maybe a long time ago. People? Everyone we know still lives on the island. This is where God made us, remember? There is no one else. I know that, but I think this is real. They left a message. Talking about famine. About people dying. Aram, don't you think that's odd? It sounds like what's happening right now. Famine? You've heard that rumor too? It's not a rumor, Tala. Listen, I don't fully understand it myself, but there are still so many answers left to find down there. More answers? Aram, you promised me this would be a one-time thing. I just need a little more time. I already told you. I didn't see a single ancestor. I wasn't in any danger. I suppose... Look, Aram, I owe you for my life. I won't tell anybody what you did tonight. But as a friend, I think you should stop this, right now. Thank you, Tala, but really, I'm not in any danger. If I see an ancestor, I'll come running back, like I promised. And we'll do our duty. Okay, Aram. The sun had set, and soon after our shift in the garden was over, the other two sentries greeted us as we came out of the doorway. Tala gave our report rather simply. No ancestors. They nodded, and we said our goodbyes for the night. Walking the dark streets, Tala and I eventually reached a corner at which we parted ways. He waved solemnly, giving me a long look. Before long, he turned and went into the night. I wonder what he still thinks of me, or what he thinks of me right now, after everything we've been through. Is it cruel for me to make him keep this secret? He's grateful to me. No. And I'm doing this for a reason. Those things I read, the well and the ancestors that plague our island. This is how I'll make a difference. There has to be a better way. Oh. Aram? Aram! Holy shit! Where have you been? I haven't seen you in 2 days. Khan, I don't believe this. You up and disappeared yesterday. And I'm thinking, well, Aram is Aram, and he's probably off doing God knows what with Sachita. But no! You don't come home all night and into the next day. Then I hear some bullshit rumor that you somehow advanced to Journeyman early and gotten killed on your first day. And I had to hear that from Prava. And she said she heard it from some other people. This is seriously fucked up. I need a good explanation, like now. Well, I'm obviously not dead, right? Yeah, good point. Looks like Prava had me all worried for nothing. I'm so pissed. She's always spreading the most outlandish rumors. So, what actually happened? Well, she got part of it right. All of a sudden, yesterday, I was brought before the Ishan and they told me I was advancing early. Yeah, right. You're serious? I know it's crazy, but I am. Really? You're a journeyman already? I thought we had until the end of this season. I did too, but apparently this happens sometimes. Wait, then, Which concentration did you get? Was a temple guard like your dad wanted? Not quite. Sentry. Are you fucking with me? Nope. You're telling me everything Prava said was true? Well, I didn't die. But did you die, though? No? Then it couldn't have been that bad. That part's obviously not true. But the part about being a sentry and something horrible happening. Come to think of it, you look pretty beaten down. God, Arum, are you okay? Thought about his question for a moment. So much had happened in such a short amount of time. How would I even begin to describe it to him? The way the ancestors silently stalked through the grass. The vast, quiet darkness of the well. The desperate message left behind on that tablet. The sinking feeling that what had happened to them could happen to us. To our island. I wanted to try and explain myself to Tala, I really did, but I couldn't do it right. I lied, also. I lied about seeing more ancestors. Oh, yes. I had lied about the Ashan as well. Or lied to the Ashan as well. I lied to their faces. I lied to Sachita when I pretended everything was alright. Why do I keep lying? Why shouldn't I tell anybody what I'd seen? Nobody would believe me. It's easier this way. But it's Kanari. He's my best friend. Surely, if I'm to tell anyone, it'd be him. I've known Kanari my whole life. He and I have laughed together, played together, been there for one another. Even if it's Kanari, it's better if he's not implicated. He wouldn't accomplish anything. I'm okay, Khan. Story's only a little interesting. My first day, an ancestor showed up. Really? What was it like? I can't really describe it. Horrible, but we ended up destroying it. So, everything's fine. 2 people died, also. Clearly, people made a bigger deal out of it than it really was. Damn. All of that on your first day? I'm sorry to hear that. It sounds a lot easier than my day. I fired bowls for 6 hours. Can't argue with that. Huh. So, why didn't you come home? Yashan wanted to ask me some questions. Guess they do that when an ancestor attacks, and, they wanted me to stay overnight at the temple. Ah, so that's all it was. I really can't believe it. A journeyman already. I'm happy for you. Thanks, Khan. I'm happy about it, too. No, it's not quite how we planned it. Not at all. I guess I'm the last one. You, Prava, and Sachita. Figures I would find a way to advance last. Figures. Well, it's a good thing they haven't held you back already. I don't think anybody has missed high prayer more consistently than you. Shut up. There's no way they keep track of these things. Anyway, I don't really know what my tomorrow is going to look like. I didn't have much time to explain my new responsibilities, but I'd better head to bed anyway. It's been a long 2 days. Yeah, God. I can imagine. I'll see you in the morning. Right. Good night. And, you know, I'm glad you didn't die. And all that. Me too. I'm also glad I didn't die. Come to think of it. I think that's probably all the time I have for today, but I'm guessing that would be a natural stopping point for it. Oh, maybe not. 2 boys were sparring in the courtyard. They were just boys, truly. No more than children. They were practicing, hitting each other with wooden rods in the shape of weapons and blocking with makeshift shields. Boys laughed and goaded each other on. It seemed to be, to an observer, almost play fighting. There was an air of discipline about their movements. Even so young, both boys knew what it was they were practicing for. The taller of the 2 lost his footing and fell to his knees. He groaned in protest. Come now, son. A gentle voice came from the edge of the courtyard. Don't be discouraged. Regain your balance and try again. 2 men stood watching the boys train. They watched intently, transfixed by pride as the boys flailed about. Even watching such a graceless display, it was the sort of pride that only fathers feel in their sons. Boys really come such a long way, said the first man, smiling and turning to his companion. The other man grinned and nodded his head. Thank you, Ashadar. though I fear I'm much too hard on him. First man shook his head and laughed. I felt the same. My father was far more stern with me than I had ever been with Aram. He wanted me to be the best I could possibly be. Better man than himself, perhaps. He was often harsh. But at the end of the road, I feel I became the man he hoped for. Grateful for it. Taller boy landed a blow on the shorter boy just then, yelling out in triumph. Shorter boy quickly struck back, hoping to return the favor. That doesn't mean he wasn't a bastard half the time. Both men shared a laugh. You shouldn't worry, Bashkar. I don't think you're like that with your boy at all. Children are molded by their parents' best intentions. And I know you see great things for him. Think nothing more of it. Second man was silent for a moment, but soon turned and gave his companion a pat on the shoulder. Thank you, he said. You're an intelligent man, Ashadar. The island would be lost without you. First man shook his head. There's one thing I hope for Aram. It's that he grows into a far smarter man than I. Two boys had dropped their weapons and begun to wrestle, kicking and shouting. Second man started towards them, but stopped himself momentarily. By the way, Ashadar, how was it you chose Aram's name? Was it Malia's idea? First man was quiet for a moment. It's a story I'll have to tell you another time, I'm afraid. What about you, then? Second man smiled and resumed walking toward the children. There's nothing, really. My wife simply loved the sound of it. He shouted at his son. Kanari! Yeah, that's what I figured. I figured Kanari was also supposed to be a wound bearer. Pick your weapon up and do it properly. This isn't the time to play. So I woke in the next day with a sudden knock at the exterior of our home. I wasn't particularly refreshed, but it had been at least nice sleeping in my own room again. Pulling myself out of bed, I made my way downstairs only to find a messenger boy standing in our entryway. He'd let himself in, it seemed. Oh, this was a natural stopping point. I should have done it before going to sleep. Good morning, wound-bearer Aram. Oh, good morning. Apologies for coming at such an early hour. I bring word from the armory. The armory? Yes, now that you are a journeyman wound-bearer, you may occasionally be called upon for additional duties. The armory pulls names from a list of available journeymen when a task is required. You've been called, and that's why I've come. Oh, I see. That was fast. Certainly, this should have been explained to you right when you advanced, but there were complications that distracted us from the typical procedures. It's alright, I'm very aware. What's my task, then? The army received a request from the temple for an escort for one of the Sunlight Maidens. Should accompany her to her destination and back to the temple safely. Oh, that's all? I understand. Once you've finished, your day is your own until you must report for your duty as sentry. Oh, alright. Thank you. Of course, it was a blessing. Yes, for me as well. Aram! Can you keep it down, please? Oh, sorry. I'll be taking my leave, then. Damn, it's still going. I ran out the door, made my way quickly to Temple so sure one exactly needed to be there. Fortunately, it seemed I was right on time. Stepped into the courtyard and immediately spotted a girl wearing the familiar deep reds of Sunlight Maidens, waiting expectantly. Getting closer, I was shocked to see a familiar hooded face. Sachi! Yep. Aram? I can't believe it. They really sent you? Wow, what a coincidence. Hmm? Oh, no, this isn't a coincidence. What do you think the odds of that would be? I asked for you specifically, of course. Wait, really? Hmm? Well, I heard you'd already gone back to work, so I figured you might be available. You were right about that. Though I didn't think they would actually give me any say in it. But I'm glad it's you. They, usually don't send me on the errands. I do have to go, you know. I can tell it's uncomfortable for my escort. You shouldn't worry about that. No, not today. I have you to keep me company. Right, I'm at your disposal, my lady. Oh, please don't talk like that. You'll ruin it. Sorry. Should we get going then? Please. Though, where exactly are we going? The storehouse today. Alright then, shall we? Another time. Oh, it won't let me stop. It won't let me quit. Temple gates began in the rush to the storehouse. I walked just ahead of her, and she followed closely behind, keeping her hood low over her eyes and face. Began to walk, I looked back to make sure she hadn't fallen behind. Caught my eye and gave me an eager smile. The whole thing is rather ridiculous, don't you think? What is? Needing an escort just to walk a few blocks? 4 more hours! Ugh. This game is really fun. Well, you're important, Sachi. What I am is expendable. There are dozens of girls at the temple that look and dress just like me. I wouldn't say just. Yes, obviously. They have prettier skin. Very funny. That's not what I meant at all. What if somebody tried to hurt you? Who would honestly do that? Attacking a sunlight maiden? And nobody would ever touch me. You know that. Okay, I'll concede on this. You're right. It is a bit overdramatic. But I'm a journeyman now. It's a part of my obligation, so I'll do it. Hey, Aram? Are you sure you're okay? Being a sentry? That sounds so dangerous. The question gave me pause. I had the same feeling last night, talking with Kanari. Obviously, I can't tell her about any of this. She's the last person who needs to know. She would worry and be afraid for me. Doing all this so she doesn't have to worry for any reason, ever again. Taking a moment to collect myself, I slipped into my confident persona once again. It's getting a little easier. Of course, what do you mean? It's only been a day or so and you're already back at work. I just want you to be safe, you know? I am, you don't have to worry. I told you, I wasn't hurt at all. And anyway, it's been quiet ever since. Besides, I've killed like 60 of those robots now. It's still scary. Bravo was really worried too. I told her you were okay, but she's eager to see you. She told everyone I was dead! I only just got home last night. Right. Sorry for being so pushy. I really am excited for you two, though. You're a journeyman now. That's what you've always wanted. That's true. How does it feel? I don't know yet. But, I'm really liking it so far, Sachi. I'll admit, I'm liking it so far as well. Getting to talk your ear off more than usual, that is. Ah, right. It's too bad, though. Advancing at a time like this... You mean the harvest? Yeah. I don't think everybody knows yet, but they're worried. When people are worried, they tend to act out more. I see. We arrived at our destination, the conversation tapering out. The storehouse was an unassuming building, but one of the most important in the settlement. Held the majority of the island's food. Couriers and apprentices alike came and went, taking food for their workshop or field every so often. So Cheetah was probably tasked with bringing back a few days' worth, though I thought amusingly I'll probably be the one carrying it all back. I looked at Sachita as we went through the doorway. Her smile had faded, and she seemed anxious. Cabbages! My cabbages! Good day. I'm here on behalf of the Sunlight Maidens to receive our portion for the week. My escort will... Hold on. They sent you this week? You're that cursed girl. Huh? I am. As I was saying, God's light. Don't stand so close to me, girl. Might have touched you by accident. Hey! I'm sorry. I'm just here to receive our... No. This isn't going to work. Went behind the counter, looked past Soshita, and made eye contact with me. She spoke clearly, deliberately talking over her as if she wasn't even in the room. You there, boy. Wound bearer. You need to go back to the temple and tell him to send another girl. You can't be serious. Hold on. I'm not giving anything to her. She's cursed, you know. You can tell by her skin. This is ridiculous. She's not cursed. Aram. Are you stupid or something, boy? Of course she is. I don't want her anywhere near me, let alone in the storehouse. Hey! Regardless of your personal feelings, she's a Sunlight Maiden. Chosen by God. Aram, please. I could feel myself slowly losing composure. I was aware that Sachita hated it when I intervened on her behalf. For as long as I had known her, I had, time and time again, watched her face insult and ridicule from others. Being around her, there was always the fear that we would cross paths with somebody who despised her enough to make a scene, like now. I'd learned early on that if I stepped in to defend her in any way, it only made her more upset. This is what I was talking about before, about the wanting to protect her by becoming a guard thing. I don't really understand why, because she's her own person, dude. Watching her stand there and take it like always, I suppose I'd forgotten how angry it made me. That part's fair. But, you know, she's got her own agency. Perhaps everything I'd been through these past few days had worn my patience down. Took a step forward. It's unacceptable. Don't speak to her that way. Aram. Why she got special treatment is beyond me, and making her a Sunlight Maiden no less. But anyone with eyes could tell just by looking at her. It's not good to be in the same room as a girl who's cursed. Took another step forward, driven by anger now rather than logic. Wasn't sure what I was going to do, but I had a feeling it would be something very stupid. However, just as I was rearing up to cause a scene, a grave voice came from behind me. That's quite enough, Arum. It was my father, walking briskly through the doorway and to the counter. His voice stunned me into silence. Why is he here? I realized we still hadn't exchanged a proper word since the meeting before the Ishan yesterday. Gave me a sharp look, and the recent distance between us seemed heavy in the air. Oh, I'm losing my voice. Hi, wound bearer? I already told the young one. I'm not giving that girl anything. She's cursed. Yes, I know. She shouldn't even be allowed in here, you know. Yes. I don't have time for this sort of unpleasantness with all we've got to worry about right now. I don't want her ruining the stores we've got left. Yes. There was a mistake at the temple. She shouldn't have been given this errand. Another Sunlight Maiden will be brought shortly. Just then, Father turned. I had been silently watching him, surprised at his apologetic tone. His face was strained as he looked from me to Sachita, back to me again. Sachita held her head low. How much must she hate this? I felt a pang of guilt in my chest. Take her back to the temple, please. Wait! Now isn't the time. Please, Arum. You're a journeyman now. Do as I ask. Alright. Take care of things here. Come on, Sachi. Let's go. Oh. What a bitch. We walked in silence for a short while. I tried to think of something to say. Is she mad at me? Probably. She walked ahead this time, so I couldn't see her expression. So I was trying to think of a way to break the awkward silence. She just stopped suddenly. She didn't say anything. Sachi? I asked slowly. We should keep... I need to stop for a moment. Sachita turned off the street into a nearby alleyway, and I followed. Sachita? I'm sorry, Aram. Sorry? I'm sorry that this was such a mess. It wasn't a mess. Can you stop lying? Just for a few minutes. You didn't do anything wrong, though. That's not a lie. No. Of course, it had to be her there today. The voice seemed to be breaking. She wiped one eye with the back of her hand. Tears streaked across her cheek, the red welts and scars glistening in the hazy light. It's so cruel. Every time she pretends like she doesn't recognize me for a few seconds. But, of course, she does. She just wants me to think that I don't matter. I'm so unpleasant. She's shocked and appalled all over again, like it's the first time she's seeing me. Sachi... I know. I'm thinking about too much. Letting it get to me. I wasn't gonna say that. It's a little frustrating, I think. They don't understand, Sachi. They don't understand that you're not cursed. It doesn't really matter, I think. She's been holding it back. And now her tears came more readily. I'm just so tired of it, Aram. I thought it might be different if you were there. I'm so tired. When will my punishment be over? Desperately tried to think of something, anything to say. Seconds of silence were agonizing. This really is so pathetic. I wasn't any help back at the storehouse. Now I can't think of a single comforting word to offer her. She's never this vulnerable with me. I need to say something right now to comfort her. Something. Anything. She needs me. There was only one idea in the back of my head. So, despite my better judgment, I reached out and put my arms around Sachita. Held her in a tight embrace. Oh! She sobbed quietly into my shoulder for a moment, unmoving. Soon I felt her arms shift as she put them around my waist. Stayed that way for what was likely only a few seconds. Felt longer. Hey, Rage for Dragons! I'm the developer of this game, enjoying the stream. I'm really glad. This game is awesome, by the way. I'm loving it. I have been trying to like, outro my way out of the game, and it keeps sucking me back in. And all this for free, too. Alright then. I think I've had my fill of crying now. Oh, yeah? These things shouldn't still make me cry. I'm not a little girl anymore. I think you're brave about it. That was so sappy, Arm. Thank you. Yeah. If you're ready, I still need to take you back to the temple. Okay. I'm ready now. But, we've also been theory crafting on the history. Yeah, oh, hardcore theory crafting. I am enthralled by this world you've created. I love this kind of stuff. It scratches an itch that I've had for media for a whole good long time. That's why I'm, like, so obsessed with Made in Abyss and Scavenger's Range and games, shows and books like that. But, please don't tell your dad that I was crying. Why would I tell my dad you were crying? I don't want him to know. Will you promise? I promise, of course. Good. You can take this hysterical maiden back now. Oh. With that, I took Sachita the rest of the way back to the temple, and we parted ways. We said our goodbyes, and nothing else, and as I turned away, she gave me an odd smile and a wave. After what had happened in the alleyway, neither of us was quite sure what else to say. I'm not sure if what I did helped or not, but she hugged me back, right? Felt like the only thing I could do, really. Can't remember the last time I saw her like that. Maybe things are finally moving forward between us? She's so open with me today. And you lied to her. Still, I wasn't able to do anything at the storehouse, even as a journeyman. All I could do was stumble over my words and get angry. It's not enough. Yet another reason why I have to do this. I have to continue to explore the well. Sachi was right, after all. This famine brings out the worst in people. If there's any chance that there's a better place out there, I'll find it. Past the next few hours without doing much in particular. It's odd to have so much time on my hands now. I was used to training for most of the daylight hours, and now that my time was my own, it seemed I was squandering it. The sun was beginning to set, and just as I was considering heading home to sleep for a few hours before my shift at the garden, a familiar voice called out to me. Aram! There you are. Oh, Prava.
You told everyone I was dead. You filth.
I, completely forgot to come and see you after... Oh, no. Don't give me that crap. I can't believe you. Hold on. You advanced to Journeyman early and didn't tell anyone. Well, that's... You go missing, and then I hear from Kanari this morning that you suddenly came home, and I still hadn't heard from you. I'm sorry. Really, I am. I couldn't get away. They've had me at the temple since last night. So... Really? Oh, so that's all it was. God's light. I really was worried. I know. I'm sorry for disappearing on everyone, but I'm fine. I'm just settling into my new responsibilities. Right. Well, that's exciting. No? Hard to believe you're already a journeyman. Feels like Sachi and I have been waiting forever for you two to catch up. Forever? It hasn't been that long. Oh, God, I'm supposed to be doing an errand right now. I got a bit sidetracked seeing you here. That's alright. I won't keep you. Sorry, I should go. Why don't you drop by the kiln soon? I'm on my way back now. You know, if you've got some extra time on your hands, Con and I would love to see you and chat whenever. Well, seems I do have a lot more free time now. If you don't mind, then sure. Great. Hopefully we'll see you soon. Free time continued. New quests will periodically appear between free time sections. Be sure to check on obligations you've already visited to make sure you don't miss any, as certain quests may only have a brief window in which you can complete them. As a reminder, make sure that you're well prepared before you report for sentry duty each evening. In addition to completing side quests, it's a good idea for you to take care of any other errands, such as upgrading your weapons at the armory or your wound kit at the hospice. You will never know when your next opportunity will be. The kiln and hospice are now open. You may explore the full settlement. I see. Alright, but I am way over my time, my normal time for today. So, how do I... This is a Song of Sunlight. This game is completely free, by the way. Supposedly this is just the first of 2 chapters, and this is a ton of content here. I love the art style. It's got a ton of personality to it. The music is fantastic. The characters are interesting, and the world is just, it got me hooked. I think I'm probably going to end up coming back to this one and playing the rest of this chapter on stream, honestly, because I love this. I was not expecting to love it as much as I do. So, if you guys want to check this game out for yourself, play this very same build, there is a link down in the description that'll take you right to the Steam page. And I'm looking forward to seeing Chapter 2 when it releases as well. So, thanks everybody so much for listening to me today. I'm the voice in your head. This is our first Free Game Friday. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and happy weekend, everyone! I'm definitely gonna get it. Oh, yeah. I'm the voice in your head. Thanks so much for listening to me today, and you'll be hearing from me again real soon. Bye, everybody! Have a good weekend.